awareness that's sort of stressing me out. It's that sort of, and it's now I'm trying to look for, I don't know, that like the next step from that or something. I just find that, and I think, like you said about the doing little things each day, um, like those little things. I just find maybe that I know they might be quite positive, like I say, maybe like, like the walk every day is good and stuff like that. But then I find it just becomes a replacement of like my old routine for another routine, and I find myself maybe languishing in a new. I don't know.
Mhm.
It seems like I'm going round in a cycle kind of thing at the moment. Do you know, like it's just one continuous loop, no matter how I change it. I don't know. That's how it kind of feels. But I appreciate what you're saying. And yeah, it does. Yeah, that first step, like I say, I'm glad I'm aware of it at least. I'm glad that I'm aware that I feel this way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think also, for a lot of us, I don't know if you've been to a psychologist before. Have you? Or a it's, if you don't want to say it, it's fine. But if you have, and I think a lot of us have been heard, like we've heard these terms a lot, and we've heard them so many times and felt them not working so many times. So at the end, I think it just feels like uh, these are just like, for me at least. I'm not saying this to make anyone feel worse, but sometimes I felt that, oh God, these are just like made up terms, um, to because I'm not feeling better from it. But that may be because, Rick, you might be suffering from a um, perhaps deeper depression, like I have been doing.
Yeah, I have maybe, possibly I haven't. I can't tell whether it's sort of apathy or nihilism or like mild depression or just sadness, just like maybe just general sadness. But
Mm.
but yeah, I haven't no I haven't spoken to anyone professionally, so to say. Um, only sort of like very close friends and stuff like that about it. I've got a close friend. My sister's a psychiatric nurse, but even with my sister, it's quite hard to open up completely or whatever else. But I've got another friend who also works she's also a psychiatric nurse who I can speak more openly with, sort of thing, and it's sort of it's helped. So yeah, I suppose I have got professional help, I suppose, but not kind of like, yeah, but through friends, sort of thing.
Yeah, if I may suggest, when you get psychological help, it's great that you have someone close to you, but it is also great to have distance from your personal life and the people around you who may know your father, friend, mother. Uh, I had a very negative, for example, I was my abusive parents made me talk to a therapist, basically, who that was a family friend. And obviously, I, as a child, I love my parents, and we've hashed it out. But anyway, but they sent me to this therapist, and he was kind of he was I swear I won't tell anyone. I won't tell your parents or anything. This will just stay between us. And unfortunately, it didn't, and that is often the case. So I just want to like warn people about um using family friends as
Yeah,
substitutes.
yeah, that does. I think that that's one of the reasons why I don't really open up to my sister, because that lingers on my mind that she talks obviously to my mum and everyone else, do you know, like, and things like that. So, but yeah, and I guess it would be, I know it probably would be, I know it would be better. I know I would open up more if I was speaking to like a complete stranger. I think, do you know, I think I could,
Yeah,
yeah, I get that.
yeah. Did anyone else want to talk?
Sorry, can I just say something?
Of course.
Sorry, yeah. So your experience is actually very similar to what I've had. Well, not me actually, my girlfriend. She suffered. She almost for a decade actually. She suffered from an eating disorder. Luckily, she's on the up now. But is from a background where sort of the community, everyone knows everyone, so everyone talks.
Mhm.
She went to see a doctor over many years, tried different things, different sort of regimes, didn't really work. But that doctor broke confidentiality and told her parents about how she was progressing and things like this. And obviously, it's not so much the culture. I just think her parents didn't quite understand the full extent of her sort of eating disorder. So yeah, it was sort of really hit home when you mentioned that.
Yeah, but I also think it doesn't, like, as you know, I think it is culture, but it's also not culture. Like,
It,
it's a
it's yeah, it's hard to define. I think
mm,
I'm we're from very me and my girlfriend from very similar backgrounds. I'm half Indian,
mm,
she's Pakistani, but it it's kind of it definitely doesn't help that it's the parents' mentality, to be honest.
yeah, yeah. It's especially for immigrant parents. Mental health can be a very tough thing to understand and to um I mean, not for like non-immigrants as well, but especially for like in my culture, it was always seen as something to be ashamed of. So um, it's no wonder like people are, especially young men, are killing themselves and the rates they are. Um,
I think a lot of parents, like I know, like myself, if my son had like mental health issues, I'd I'd want to know what what the problem was, and you know, as much as that confidentiality and everything else, I'd still want to know. But and I'd probably, you know, for all the right reasons, even though it'd be completely wrong of me. But I get that maybe it might not be a culture thing necessarily. It could just be like a caring parent problem.
yes, but if you build a functional relationship with your child, then maybe they will come to you. And sometimes, um, parents don't need to know everything. Um, I have a friend who's in a similar situation with her teenage daughter and who's going to therapy. And some of the things they were talking about and some of the things she's feeling bad about, parents don't need to, like, I know they want to, but they don't need to know everything. It's okay to have your integrity and to feel bad and still have their support.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Like I say, I think it's a problem. Let's say like a caring problem, because it's like and I just know, like, you know, as a parent, you just think that if anyone can help the child, it's you. Do you know what I mean? It's that
Yeah.
yeah, and it is probably wrong. You know, like if anything, sometimes I say that sometimes it's the ones closest to you that are kind of, you know, like putting, you know, like making you feel the lowest or whatever, and they don't realize it or whatever. But yeah, no, I totally agree with what you just said.
I think Inez made a really good point actually of saying that sometimes our parents or the ones closest to us don't always need to know everything, even if they are supportive and they are understanding. I mean, my personal experience was I've never really had the support of my parents, or even my sister when it came to my mental health issues. And throughout my teenage years, I sort of only really had myself and a couple of friends to rely on, and I had to get myself through a lot of those things, which was really, really tough. Um, and now my mum is really supportive, and she's very understanding as much as she can be, and I love my family and they are great, but I still don't really have the support or the care from my dad or my siblings, or and I found that actually there were times where I was really brutally honest and open with my family about what was wrong, through in moments of sheer desperation where I was scared for my health and I needed help, and it actually ended up doing more damage than what it did any good. So I do think that sometimes it is, if you can speak to someone, if you can speak to a trained therapist who isn't a part of your family or who is associated with your family, it's always a much healthier and a much helpful thing to do if you're able to do that. And it's unbiased as well. And I think even if you do have people in your family or close to you who are trained within psychology or psychiatry, sometimes they are unable to be unbiased because yeah
Yeah.
yeah
No, no, I agree. That's what I say. That's why I couldn't go to my sister so much, because I know that bias is there, and the other thing is my other sister, my older sister, has been diagnosed with bipolar and schizophrenia, and but it's funny you should say, is because like one of the reasons why like I wouldn't go to like my older sister, because she'd possibly go to like say to tell my mum. But I remember like saying, you talking about your dad possibly, and things like that, about how you were sort of treated towards your mental health or whatever when you was younger. I remember my older sister being referred to or diagnosed basically by my parents as an attention seeker, or like there was these sort of negative terms. Like I remember like it was a disbelief and everything else, and it was and almost sort of like yeah, that stigma was attached. Do you know what I mean? Like through from my parents. So there is that distrust there already from me. Do you know what I mean?
Of course, of course. It is a huge stigma. I mean, it's not just for you. I think most people here have been told that they are attention seekers, not by just family, but by friends, by doctors, by basically everyone. So there is a stigma, and it's and well, I wanted to kind of go back and think, how does a person um get out of a place of feeling stuck. And I think like the first key is to identify, why are you feeling this way, what's making you um like when did it start, and why are you feeling, because it's hard to know why you're feeling it. But if you go back to when did it start, that's often what my psychologist tells me. When did this start happening? So I have to think and to myself, and and then I connect some dots, and then it makes more sense. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah, I do, and I've constantly sort of looked back over maybe like traumatic episodes in my life and things like that, and trying to pinpoint um, one specific, like case or incident that may have done it. And I do keep and I like going right back to early childhood as well. I'm wondering if obviously, like, obviously the procrastination didn't start when I was an early, like, young child, but it almost feels like, I don't know, there's some things I don't really want to speak about on here, but like
Yeah.
some things affected me until I got to a certain age. And
Mm.
then it was like at a certain age, it went away, but then a new kind of, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but like a new sort of period took over, and it kind of started, and I think it kind of started from there, possibly like 15 years ago, where I kind of, and it was from the day to talk about it, it was kind of from the day when my dad, when I got older than my dad, from when my dad died, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So like my dad died when he was 27, and I, like, basically, yeah, I was in this sort of rut until then, and then it went into like a different stage of kind of depression, of like, I think, like, I don't know. That's how I'm trying. That's how I kind of like pinpoint it, sort of thing. It's yeah.
We were actually talking about inviting a specialist on a later space on child psychiatry, on child psychiatry, and that would be a very interesting topic to explore for most of us who are suffering from mental health issues, because I think some of them are genetic, some of them are both, but some of them are definitely childhood related. So it would be very interesting to listen to that. Um, Anas, do you have any tips on how to get out of, I don't know how you pronounce it, get out of a rut or something?
So just yeah, it was. I mean, I said it in the tweet. Maybe it's just serendipity, but I just happened to be looking at this very issue today, and the you kind of touched on it really. The first thing is to identify the thoughts that are affecting you, and then distance yourself from them first of all. Look at them dispassionately and understand what their impact is to you. And in the article, he talks about how you have two types of thought. One and the predominant ones are conjectural. In other words, they don't necessarily reflect truths, but we treat them as if they reflect truths because of their impact to us. But actually, if we were to step back and analyze them, we'd realize that it isn't a truth. So he gives he gives a number of examples, but as one example, and it's just a very simplistic one. You're in bed at night and you hear a noise downstairs, and your mind immediately races to the fact that there's an intruder downstairs. That then has an impact on your behavior, in that it elicits a state of fear or panic. Whereas actually, it might just have been cat coming through the cat flap, and that's what the noise is. But your mind raced somewhere else, and the thought had an impact on you, which then impacted your behavior. But if you'd been able to stop and just dispassionately evaluate what that thought was and what the truth of that thought was, you would have come to a different outcome. So similarly, in relation to your mental health, he was saying that the first step is to isolate those thoughts that are impacting you, and then ask yourself some searching questions. Look at the impact to your emotions that they're having, and the knock-on effect to the states that you then feel from those emotions, and then the behaviors that are elicited from those emotions. So he breaks it down. It's a really long article, but it's really, really well worth reading. There's a lot in there. So I completely agree with you, Inez. I think that definitely is a first step. And as you know from lived experience, it isn't just as straightforward as being able to sit down and just do a clinical analysis of yourself and just write stuff down. There's a lot of factors that come into it, but as a first step, definitely that's something that's absolutely paramount.
That's I was talking last week about the philosophy that I've been reading, and that's one thing that has helped me is rational thinking, is putting things into rational, like into context, and things like that. That's helped me a lot over the last year.
So, something I identified about myself, the reason why, as to why I was getting into these places where I felt stuck, was because I was constantly putting so much pressure on myself. You need to do this. You need to, you're almost 30. You don't have children yet. I mean, really, really, really huge things that I should be doing, and places where I should have gotten, where I am not, and that has made me felt a lot of shame and guilt, which has been like turned into a vicious cycle of doing even less, if you know what I mean. Or no one does. But
No, absolutely. Sorry, I didn't. I wanted to give someone else an opportunity to input. But yeah, absolutely. And correct me if I'm wrong, Inez, it becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
mm, it's just like, it's just like, I've had so many projects and so many things I've wanted to do during the pandemic, during the corona, and they all kind of fizzled out. And I feel guilty and I feel ashamed for it. And I think that is what's happening with a lot of people, that a lot of people had aspirations that they wanted to do, but unfortunately, corona happened, and like, things are hard enough to do in a life that's, not a pandemic, but in a pandemic, trying to succeed at your goals is, I think, 100 times worse.
Yeah, I feel like that, and I think what linking that to what Anas was saying before about when you see like when you're on social media and you see all your friends posting like new skills or new talents that they've learned during lockdown, and you haven't done anything, it's even more compounding that sort of guilt or that pressure.
Yeah.
And realistically, that isn't the reality. That isn't the reality of the world. Like when I think rationally about it, I think that's a very small sample of friends that might have learned skills. The vast majority of us have not had like the morale or the self-esteem to achieve those things. So I do, yeah, I agree, and I've tried to forgive myself for not doing anything basically in the last year.
Is there anyone else? Yeah, then you can. I'll make you speaker. Oh, and I'll make you a speaker as well. Sorry for not doing it.
I just wanted to say, Inez, that you're not alone at all in what you just said about putting pressure on yourself to have achieved certain milestones in your life. I'm exactly the same. Ever since I can remember, I've done that. I'm a very logical person, and I like to compartmentalize goals, successes, achievements, everything. It's how I thrive. It's how I just get shit done. And it's always worked for me. But not just the pandemic, but the last sort of few years, my life was thrown into like a complete state of flux and chaos. And when you're like sort of driving and you feel like your brakes are just failing you for some reason, you're pressing as hard as you can, but nothing's working. My life was very much like that for the past sort of 3 to 4 years. And I think it was extremely difficult, and something that I, had no, it was very difficult for me to accept the fact that I had no control over my life and my circumstances. But looking back, I think it was like a lesson for me, because you have to realize that life isn't always going to work the way you want it to. Like the pandemic, for example, like we were all forced into just complete chaos without any sort of help or control. And something Rick said as well about social media and everything, everybody has a sense of a sort of persona, displaying perfection or displaying the best sort of version of themselves, whatever it may be, whether that's socials, whether that's how you interact with people. It's pretty much surface level. It's very much the tip of the iceberg, whereas everybody has, demons and struggles that they're all facing. And just like Anna said, I think it's really important to just keep that retrospection in mind. It's something that I constantly remind myself to do, and I'm very proud to say that I've internalized that type of behavior now. Anytime I feel myself spiraling, because that's normal, and we're all human, we all do it, but I don't let myself spiral completely, because I always take the time to take a step back and think to myself, think the situation out in a logical manner, in a completely retrospective manner. And it's just like Rick said, just like Anna said, like rational thinking is a game changer for yourself, for your mentality, for your mental health, for your behavior, and for your future. So no, you're not alone at all, Inez, and we'll get through it together.
Oh, thank you. You're so sweet.
I just wanted to also say as well that I think finding positivity during a pandemic is always very difficult anyway. I think we're all are in the same boat, in the sense that we had a lot of mental health issues, we did, and the media doesn't exactly help as well, because you have personal goals you wanted to do this year. Like for me personally, at the start of 2020, I wanted to do more dating. I wanted to get myself out there. That was my own personal goal. I wanted to get myself out there a lot and meet new people. And I managed to do that at the start of January, but then a few months later, we went into lockdown, and we've been in lockdown, and so much doubt has been constantly going in on and off all the time. And obviously it's frustrating, and honestly, you're not alone in that sense, because I had some personal goals as well. And thankfully enough, in some parts of the world, like the UK, for example, it seems to be getting better now. And I don't know where you are based, Inez, but but if you are in a place that you feel that the country is starting to get back on its feet, then that's absolutely amazing. Because I think it's just whereabouts are you based,
I
Inez?
am
By the
in
way,
the
just for
UK.
purpose.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, brilliant. Brilliant. Okay, so brilliant. So you're in the UK as well. So we're lucky in that sense that that in the UK it is starting to slowly get better, and hopefully we can start doing some more of these personal goals that we wanted to get towards. And I think the media never helped in any sense, because everyone was going through so many doing so much research on, what COVID is, how viruses work, how do we keep ourselves clean, and how do we wash our hands, all that stuff. And it gets really confusing, because the government say one thing, and then you see all these top scientists, and I'm doing air quotes. I hope that doesn't, I hope everyone can understand I'm trying to do air quotes when I say top scientists and top experts say one thing and then they say another thing. And that obviously is quite frustrating, because some of these top people say one thing and then another set of people say another, and then it sort of gets frustrating. And oh my God, it's, I'm going to say one thing as well. Today, for the first time in a long time, I felt like I was incredibly bored, and I felt really stuck. Like I didn't know what I wanted to do today. It was so boring. I don't know why Sundays are so dull, but I seem to have found a way to sort of come out of that spiral by going for a long walk. Thankfully enough, we can do walks. There's like so many ways we can entertain ourselves, and even sometimes that can't be enough. But I think the most important thing to remember is things are starting to get better now. They will slowly get better. All these goals and achievements that we want to go for and are yet to do will be completed eventually. I think that's the most important thing to remember.
Thank you. That was a very uplifting message.
You're welcome.
I just think that a lot of us had unrealistic goals in our lives as well. And I think also the pandemic in a way brought us all down to a more realistic level of for me, I had very, very huge goals, and now looking back at it rationally, I'm not trying to be negative, but I am just seeing that a lot of that simply wouldn't have been possible anyway. But it was the feeling of being able to dream about it. And the feeling to be able to at least being able to, as I said, dream about it.
Yeah, and they will still be achievable. I think that's the most important thing to remember. Anything that you want to do in the near future will be achievable. I think one thing's for certain. I don't think any of us have been through a pandemic like this before. I mean, unless you're over 100 years old. But it's a very new experience for a lot of people. And I think in this day and age where you have so many things in the media, and I keep going back to the media because the media has certainly done an amazing job with bringing everyone's confidence down and destroying its morale in every aspect. So I think that's one thing to remember, that the media can't control how we should feel, although it has had such an impact on our mental health. They only report what they think could be true. They don't mean doesn't necessarily mean it is true. I think that's one thing to bear in mind. One thing that we have to make very clear is that this pandemic won't be forever. We had so many. You can do research on so many different pandemics that have happened over the last 300 to 400 years, and there's been so many. And for certain, this pandemic will definitely come to an end. That's something I've said numerous times. I actually tweeted about this back in January, saying summertime things will be much.
Sorry, Oz.
Yes, mate.
Do you think it's wise, like, guaranteeing this to people? Like, because although I know a pandemic isn't going to last forever, I can't see COVID. None of us are going to outlive COVID. Do you know, that's going to be with us for the rest of our lives. Society.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I do appreciate your optimism, but sometimes I think it's like it's tough. And when people say to me, when this is all over, you're going to be able to achieve all your goals and things like that. But I know that's not true. I know that I've still got, even before COVID, for me, I still had things, like so many obstacles that prevent me from achieving these things. And I'm just saying, like, I do appreciate your optimism, but it doesn't sort of sit sort of like true with me. I'm just sort of saying, like, and I'm not, maybe I'm being a bit too pessimistic. I don't know, but
No, not at all, mate. You're not being pessimistic. If anything, my level of optimism has always been high. I've always been like this, and normally whenever I'm high on optimism, it always ends up being true. I mean, but I'm not saying it's always like that. It's more, okay, yeah, you're absolutely right. You can't guarantee anything. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all normal citizens. We can't control how things go, and you're right. COVID isn't going to go away. I mean, it's not going to go away in the sense that it's not going to. I mean, it's going to not affect our lives in the long run. I mean, look, there's already things starting to open up anyway, so people can, because I think one of the things that people have been wanting to do, like for example, go to football games, go out to the pub, go for a drink, social gatherings is going to get there in the next few months. I mean, look, we're human beings, we're not cattle at the end of the day. I think that's one thing that people have been protesting about in the last few months and few weeks, because they know that going into lockdowns, as much as they've helped, but they also haven't helped people's mental health. And I think that's probably been the biggest killer of them all, because there's been a lot of suicides and a lot of domestic abuse that have been going on in people's houses. There's a lot of things that have been affecting people in so many different aspects. So when I say that it's not going to be around forever, I mean it's not going to be around to affect our lives negatively, so we don't have to keep going into these lockdowns. Is what I was basically trying to say. And yeah, maybe that sounds a bit too optimistic, but I'm an optimist. I want people to I want people to understand that these things don't last forever. It's like good news. Good news never lasts forever. Bad news never lasts forever. It's always finding a fine balance between what happens in the world and what happens in your life. And unfortunately, things that happen with world leaders, they do affect people's lives, but it won't last forever because people won't stand for it. And I think a lot of people even realize now that there are things going on in the world, like people not getting treated for cancer, people are not getting people are not being able to get medical treatment because of the pandemic, and obviously whether people believe in vaccines or not is another thing, but so far we can see they've helped. So that's my optimism as well, that the fact that there's treatment that's being produced to help people to get back to normality is another thing. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not gonna go away forever, but it's not gonna get to a point where it's going to affect people's lives. I mean, I caught COVID myself, and I was sick for about a week. I had a few symptoms here and there that came up, but in the long run, it didn't affect. I think the reason why people had to go into lockdown is because it was affecting the most at risk, like the elderly people. But now I think elderly people are now 95%, in terms of the UK, have been having received their vaccines. I think it's getting to a point now where even if the odd person here and there catches it, it's not going to affect them too much in the long run. Although it has affected some people, it hasn't, like in a bad sense. It's rare. Like it's very rare that you have. Sorry, go on.
It's me. Yeah, I think we need to be a bit briefer when we talk, just so everyone gets a chance to get to say something. But you're right in what.
Of course,
Don't
sorry.
apologize. You're right in what you're saying, and you have very well intentions. But I think we I think we talked about this the last time. We even I mean, you can compare COVID to anything, the World War II or anything else, but people are still gonna feel that something terrible and dramatic has happened to them. And I think that Sapaina wanted to talk, so
Oh,
yeah. I saw your
a request?
yeah, request exactly.
Oh, I just wanted to say just real quickly, I have, you know, been very lucky. I don't believe I've had COVID, at least not the symptoms of it, but, it's obviously affected me as well as, everyone else. But I just want to shed a little good story out of COVID-19. My aunt, she had it, but it actually, in a way, saved her life because she got, tested for COVID. She had the symptoms, but in reality, in her lung, she had cancer. And had COVID not taken place, had she not been tested for COVID, they may have not caught it as quickly as they did. And she's recovering now. Sorry, I get nervous talking in front of people. So I just want to make sure that, even
You're
though
right.
the situation is bad, for sure, that's, something that's hard to argue. There is, in some small, circumstances, some good that comes out of it. That's all I wanted to say.
I'm so happy about. I mean, I'm not happy about your grandmother having cancer or anything, but I'm happy that it turned out well. Is there someone else who wants to say something? What I'm seeing several people.
If could I make a comment? And but
Of
if there's
course,
anyone else, if anyone else wants to say something, I'll be quiet. And if nobody does, then I'll make a comment.
Hey, could I just get a minute to speak?
of
Sorry.
course.
So, I was having these issues too. It's a Ramadan actually. And during the past month and during the past year, I was self-medicating with marijuana a lot. I was just smoking like, pound like an ounce for 2-3 weeks every 2-3 weeks, and it just got really bad. And I found myself just working. I just got back into work, and someone gave me something like a laced cart or something, and it really messed me up. And I was in my bed, and on like the 21st day, I checked myself into a clinic for depression and anxiety and just suicidal urges. And I've had these thoughts since I was 14. And COVID really, just it kind of pushed me to the edge, and I was losing weight rapidly, just like was going to the 110s and going below. And I just kept staring at my ceiling fan for like a week. That's all I was doing. Next thing I know, just Ubered to the hospital, and yeah, I just told them everything that was going on because of just my personal family reasons. I'm Pakistani, and we were talking about culture, and I don't think it's culture, and we were talking about how it's not culture. I think it's more of like an outdated tradition that just it just goes by, and basically now I've been doing much better. And the whole month is supposed to be for self-reflection. I've been reading Sufi poetry, just like Rumi and just like Hafiz, and I've been trying to make sense of everything. I call myself a secular Sufi. I don't know if that makes sense, but I've been trying to be optimistic at the same time, and just it's been tough, but I've been taking small steps, and it's just I've been reaching out to like friends like I wouldn't normally talk to, and just been catching up, and just it's I think in the next couple weeks I hopefully it gets better.
Thank you for your
I'm super happy for you that you took that step.
Thank you for your contribution, Fareed. And just if I can make a recommendation, do try and get your hands on the Hikam of Ibn Ata'illah, the aphorisms of Ibn Ata'illah. If you haven't, they're absolutely incredible metaphysical aphorisms. So if you're reading Rumi and other spiritual masters, you'll very much enjoy his work. So I was really interested actually listening to Rick and Osden because, and also Sri, because it enabled me to reconcile some of what I had been reading today. Both Osden, you were talking about optimism, and Rick mentioned pessimism, and Sri mentioned logic, and Rick mentioned rational thought. And all four of you have brought together different strands that are mentioned in the article, where he talks about positivity is a good thing, but actually it's also a bias, as is negativity. And he suggests that a reasonable middle ground is actually not necessarily acting on positivity or negativity, but acting on the actual objective data that is before you, and analyzing it rationally. So I find there's a way of reconciling the different tensions that you're all talking about in a way that is productive, and hopefully constructive. So yeah, I would definitely recommend reading the article because it covers so much of what everyone is saying, which is why I'm glad I spent so much time reading it and making notes on it
I,
today.
I'll go back and I will read that. I saw the article that you posted, and I will read it. But I just like to say I don't think I am being pessimistic. That's what I say. I think I am using rationale to if you catch my drift, sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't think like anyone's suggesting that you're being pessimistic. I think that
Yeah,
what you're feeling is deeper than you. It's deeper than what you can fix through positive and negative thinking, if you know what I mean. So I would honestly, as you said, you had family friends that were nurses or so, but I would honestly consider just maybe schedule an appointment with a it doesn't have to be binding. It doesn't have just feel how what it feels like talking to a therapist.
Yeah, I will do. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, therapy is definitely something that I did, and I tell you what, I've got a little story. It was basically when the pandemic, before the pandemic hit, I actually had been chasing to get therapy through the NHS for a long time. And I managed to get it at the start of 2020, around January, and I was doing a session every week, and it was for 12 weeks, and then the pandemic hit. And I had to wait until we had the all clear to go back in. They suggested I could do it virtually, but I said, look, if the person's available, that's great. We can do it virtually, but I felt more comfortable doing it face to face. But eventually it happened in the end. And I tell you what, therapy was the best thing that happened. Like it definitely helped get me to face my demons, and I seem to have got more control over my actions and what I do in the long run. So yeah, I definitely would recommend it, mate. Whether it's private or whether it's through the NHS. I mean, the NHS probably might take a little while, but if you put your name down on the list, there's actually some good ones I can recommend if you like. I can send you it. My therapist, when we finished our sessions, actually said there's some good therapy places as well. If you want, I can send it to you in an email or through Twitter DM if
And
you like. I'm
and
happy to do
also,
that.
if there's a huge waiting list at the NHS, I may know some private therapists that might help you for a cheaper price as well. So do not hesitate to reach out. It's important to. And I wanted to sort of circle back to um, being stuck, somewhere, being stuck in life, and how can some, like, if you've been stuck in life at some point, can you explain what you did? What tools did you use to get out of that? Because I think that would be very helpful for other people to hear.
Yeah, I would like to share if you don't mind.
Of course.
Yeah, so recently I deactivated Twitter for like 2 months because for me, I just needed to like reflect on some things and think about what course my life was taking, etc. Also, I had like exams, etc. So I didn't need many distractions. But what helped me was basically just working on very small things. I think sometimes me personally, maybe other people, we can be perfectionists. We reach for the stars. We want this Hollywood kind of, I don't know, we all fantasize about a certain reality we want to live, but
Yeah.
we never really think about the momentum it requires to reach there in the first place. We don't think about the small steps we can take day in, day out, as boring and tedious as they can be, that will get us there. So for me, I just started to do very small things. It could be just going for a run, jogging, eating better, drinking this amount of water you need to drink a day, just small things that you can do which don't really mean much in the beginning, but it accumulates and it builds like a snowball effect that knocks on into other areas of your life. And then before you know it, you just, even though it's like, again, very small things, you don't think it's much at first, but it just builds you up into a person that makes you like so confident and so positive that you go on to do greater things as a result. And we kind of don't realize that that initial journey requires to do those small things. We want to do everything else whilst we're burnt up or feeling bad or negative. And I know on social media, there's a big emphasis on being a good person. There's a lot of bad issues happening in the world. We can't help it. And I've also noticed that for me personally, can't speak for anyone else, I'm someone that can be very pessimistic very quickly. And I noticed from a lot of research that it's associated to high neuroticism. So if you're high in neuroticism, you're going to usually get more negative or feel more negative than the average person. So I started to realize that as long as I deactivated social media and I didn't like just look at any bad news or partake in any negativity, it made me feel 10 times better. Just that simple fact. Now, I know that's not, you know, an option for everyone. Sometimes people use social media for their businesses, they do it for keeping in touch with loved ones. I know it's more difficult than just completely, detaching yourself from social media, but even just creating your followers, following certain things, trying to ignore. I know it's very hard, especially we've seen with the Israel and Palestine thing. Is really sad to see, and many other atrocities that are occurring across the world. I know it's very hard for people to detach themselves, but honestly, if someone that feels like you get depressed or emotional anxiety, if anxiety is something that's in your life, it's very prevalent in your life, then you really need to take care of your mental being. And from there, you can then start to move on with your life. Because as the title suggests, I feel stuck in life. How do I move forward? Well, in order for you to move forward, you need to feel slightly better about yourself. And in order to do that, you need to take away as many negative distractions or negativity as possible, and then work on the small things, build some momentum, and yeah, take it from there. Again, you have to start when you feel like you're at zero, you got nothing going for you. You have to start somewhere. You got to start from the ground up, and hopefully that knocks on and becomes something great. But that's just my 2 cents. You may have a different opinion, so yeah, I'd love to hear what everyone has to say.
If I,
Thank you.
oh, sorry, was someone gonna?
Sorry, I was just, it's Paul. I was just going
Oh,
to say,
please talk. Mm.
sorry?
Oh, no, please talk, please.
Yeah, I was just saying, I totally agree with the last speaker. I had quite a change in my life a couple of years ago through some mental illness, which was related to a chronic condition, and I ended up giving my job up. We bought a caravan. We was gonna actually spend 6 months in France, working on campsites. As a real change because I worked in the city before, but then coronavirus obviously hit. We ended up 6 months on my wife's parents' driveway because we'd rented their house out. So it was a real change. And I must admit, it was just keeping active, just actually really improved my mental health. So last year I feel quite guilty because throughout the pandemic, I actually improved where I was. I actually quite enjoyed that whole year because we were with people. I wasn't working, and I was with people that I really liked. I could spend time with parents that are in their 80s and 70s, which you rarely get a chance when you're working full time. And I think the closeness of family has become a really important issue for me, and understanding and sort of forgiving people for their negative actions sometimes, because it really doesn't matter in the long run. And circling back to your previous point, I think we are setting aspirational targets for ourselves, and I think the pandemic actually did make that worse in that we felt, right, we've got 8 months to do something, we should have to do something and learn a new skill, and then after 8 months you haven't. But I think there's a lot of small achievements. I do woodwork, I make things, and I think sometimes people forget how creative they are, or that they do make a lot of achievements without really recognising it. And for me, it was recognising those small things that I just took for granted was really important in building up my self-esteem. And as the previous speaker said, once you've got that, you have more motivation and self-esteem, and you have a little bit more belief. And I think it's building resilience is probably more important than either changing things or trying to adapt them, because we can't always do that. So I think building resilience is the only way you're really going to get on and survive, because you can't change everything. And I think you have to accept that to a point. And it actually takes the pressure off once you accept it.
And that is a very valid point to build resilience, because there is a lot of things in life that we cannot change, and that will happen if either loved ones, work, stuff. It could be 100 things that we just cannot change. But I wanted to, what was it you said before? I forgot now, but once I have, once I haven't, I'll come back to it, so someone else can take the word.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking about, how in life we feel stuck sometimes. And during the beginning of this pandemic, I I was finding little things that I could do to just make myself happy. For example, I would take little drives in my car whenever I felt cooped up in my I would listen to music. Driving down the road. I don't know if that's necessarily a thing that y'all can do, or if y'all had to stay in y'all's houses. Because I'm from the U.S., so I'm not sure, how um, our
The
laws kind.
conditions, yeah.
That's what I did at first, and then eventually that progressed into. I actually got a job, believe it or not, and I know this may not have been a smart thing to do, but I actually got a job working on a farm with horses, and that is something that I really, really enjoyed. It really helped with my mental health, just because you kind of see how like these animals live, and and they live very simplistic lives. Um, and I'm in my opinion, I feel like they're pretty happy in their conditions. Just pleasantly grazing the grass and doing what they do.
Mm.
Uh, and so it kind of made me reflect on what I was doing, and I was like, why am I worrying so much about life whenever, eh, I'm looking at these animals and they seem so complacent and happy with themselves doing, I mean, they do the same thing every day. They go out there, they graze, they sleep, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so it made me kind of view life more simplistically. And because of that, it made me happier. And of course, I also really love animals. So just being out there and being able to spend time with them, uh, it just made me a happier person. And then on top of that, doing that, I realized like, hey, this isn't as bad as I made it out to be at first, because I wasn't doing anything during the pandemic. Of course, I was staying home, wasn't doing much. But then as restrictions started to lift, I started going to the gym. My self image has been something that I've always kind of struggled with. I've always been like a bigger person. It's part of it is genetic, but I can help that. And so I started going to the gym with friends. And I've been fortunate enough to have friends that have actually helped keep me accountable for my actions, making sure I go with them. And it makes it a lot easier if you have people or have people that surround you to make you feel accomplished and to motivate you to do these things. And so that's basically what I've done to kind of help move myself forward. I'm already starting to see results with myself. I'm getting to experience working in with agriculture and animals and stuff like that, and just being able to enjoy the little things that I enjoy. And so I don't know, what about y'all? I mean, has anyone else kind of had that same experience? Because I feel like personally, I've been able to definitely put myself in a better mind space because of that.
It's funny you say that, son. So I did some labouring last summer on the building site, and as I said, I was in the city before working in investment. So it was really liberating. I absolutely really enjoyed it. It's for virtually no money at all. It's almost voluntary, but that's those simple actions, getting a lot of recognition, actually being good at something you've not done before, and actually challenging yourself because it's pretty physical as well. I've got one of my friends is brilliant therapist, and exercise is always one of the things he'll prescribe to increase your self-esteem and also to become more confident in yourself. But when I was living in the caravan in the summer, the little routines every day. So I had to get up, I had to change shower water, do the waste, and then there's a bunch of jobs you had to do. Then we take the dog out for 6 or 7 mile walk, come back, do some others, cook, and having that routine and actually having a more hands-on approach rather than letting your mind race all the time. Actually, doing quite simple tasks relaxes the mind so much, and then sometimes you think clearly. And
Structure, yeah.
I've never slept so well since the 80s, I think, than, than there. And it's the most uncomfortable bed. But because I was so relaxed, it actually just had all these benefits.
I actually did remember what I wanted to say now. Actually, when I felt the best is when I've been off Twitter for a longer period of time. I think Twitter has been quite, I don't know if anyone recognizes it, quite anxiety inducing for me. There's a constant stream of information, and it just hasn't. And even though you have like a lot of people saying really nice stuff to you, there's a lot of negative people. There's a lot of negativity, and I found that when I've been away from Twitter, I've felt better. Um, at least I have. But
What
maybe
brings
that's
you
because
back?
I have a big account.
What brings
You
you
know,
back in there?
Hmm?
A fault.
What
I
brings
was
you back to Twitter each time?
Was anyone gonna speak?
I was gonna say in regards to the negativity that you may experience from some people on here. Um, I feel like a lot of that is jealousy, and I've always been one of those people that has thought that like if you don't know this person in real life, if you wouldn't take advice from them, don't take an opinion from them.
Mm.
I'm a very carefree person personally. I know not everyone is like that, but like it's much easier said than done. But not taking an opinion from that you have no personal connection
Mm.
to is something that really helps me. And I don't know. I guess it's a very carefree attitude towards life, and so maybe not everyone is like that. So I can understand where someone else might be coming from if they can't really apply that, but that's just my advice personally. I don't know if that helps you or not.
Hey everybody, this is Joe. One thing to kind of
Hi, Joe.
say, hey, how are you doing? To jump on what some of the things that were said, and I'm sorry, my screen is really small and I didn't catch everybody's name, and if I don't say your name, I'm not trying to be rude. But I do agree with the person that was mentioning, talking about, living in the caravan and stuff. And there were some periods in my time where things got really dark, and I found myself focusing on simplistic things. Well, thinking about it now, they probably seem simplistic, but I do a lot of gardening, and at the time, I got really fascinated with lavender, and it attracted all these bees and hummingbirds and stuff. And I got really
Mm.
fascinated with how they go about their day and gathering the stuff that they need, and uh, little activities like motivating myself to do small things, which led to bigger things, which led to bigger things, and um, the you would be surprised if you sat down and you were in a very quiet space and you focused on how you felt and what you were thinking. You could motivate yourself to do a lot of amazing stuff in small steps. You know what I mean? But if you let things like the news or Twitter or whatever your favorite mass media outlet is, kind of like dominate your day, then yes, you could shut down, you could close down and just think the worst of everything. Does that make sense?
Mm.
Yeah, it's like passive smoking in a sense. Like, even if you're not directly consuming it, it's still going to affect you in one way or another, which people don't really take seriously enough.
I think the last speaker and me in the caravan and the other guy with the horses, I think it's getting back to something that's real and tangible. It makes you feel more grounded and gives you satisfaction dealing with it. I think with you, Inez, as well, you know, your Twitter and Instagram account isn't just you, it's your business as well in a lot of ways, or how people might perceive you. Whereas anonymous people like me, you know, no one would, you know, would give it a second thought. So I think it's quite difficult. It's like separating a hobby from a job. You know, either you lose your hobby and it becomes work, or you know, you may never have to work another day in your life because you enjoy it. And it's finding that balance. But I think anyone that's worked with the general public realizes that most people have got real issues. So to take their opinions on a social media platform as anything other than reflection of their own anxieties or problems, I don't think you need to do that. But we do sometimes, when we feel low, read all these comments and take them to heart. But I don't think they're meant to heart. Actually, they're not based on anything either, rather than a knee-jerk reaction.
To jump on what, this is Joe again, sorry for not announcing myself, but to jump on what he just said, when you spend a lot of time online and you put yourself out front and center and you try to be involved in what is perceived as a larger community, there are people who will approach you and be supportive and say things that you're interested in, but there will also be people that will approach you and say things. They will do things to you because something is wrong in their life, and they will use you as a target to make themselves feel better. If you've ever worked a day in customer service, if you've ever worked a day where you've dealt with the public at large, you will encounter people that will lash out at you because you're there, and you have to take it, and you can't disagree with it because your job won't allow you to, but you have to take it. And but if you think about it, there's something bigger going on with them, and they're using you as a target, whether that's right or wrong. They're using you as a target to release some kind of angst or anxiety or ill feeling. And having been there myself, don't take it personally. So if you're on Twitter and you're somebody of notoriety, you'll get both, probably a little bit more of the negative than the positive, because I think people nowadays are just so angry about everything, the economy, the COVID, world events, how even in our times of mass communication, they still feel marginalized, and they will reach out to somebody and they will just kind of lash out because there's nobody else that they can talk to in their lives. So go ahead.
Hello,
Hi.
how are you? I'm new to your all's panel. Doctor of
Well,
Comedy. Uh, I want to share with you guys an experience I had of mine. I'm 38 years old. In 2007, I was about 25. My dad passed away. Uh, when he had passed away, I was starting my first year of college at Marshall University in Charleston, West Virginia. And it was a week before I started school that I learned that he had passed away. And when he had passed away, it just hit me hard. I was really kind of down and I was really kind of depressed. So I had taken it upon myself. It was hard for me to focus and concentrate on school. And I had learned, 6 blocks away that they had a stand-up comedy a stand-up comedy place, stand-up comedy club, and every week I went there and I said, "Hey, when's the next open mic? When's the next open mic?" And they said, "Well, we finally have an open mic." And I went there, did an open mic, and it was a contest. The person that won the first one out of the 20 comics got to open up for comedian Michael Winslow. For some of you that are around my age might know the comedian Michael Winslow. He was in the police academy. For those that are a little younger, you might not. And well, I won and got to open up for him. But what happens, I think, in life is at times uh, when bad things happen or when you're around negative people or negative things, automatically our brain is wired to think negatively. So it's important for you to rewire your brain and try to rewire the way you're thinking. What's a positive way to think? How do you concentrate and focus on something that is going to take away that negativity, whether it be stand-up comedy, whether you find something you like that is like you want to be a mechanic or so forth or so on, but you find something that you enjoy and you rewire your way of thinking and this kind of aspect. Um, because if you don't, you're going to continue to let things hold you down. And it also goes down to the people you hang around as well. Uh, like you're talking about, there's a lot of negativity, and that comes down to the law of attraction. If you think negatively, you're going to attract negative people in your life. They're going to automatically come to you. So if you want wealth, gratitude, so forth and so on, you got to ask for it. Therefore, you attract it, and you keep these kind of people in your life, and just keep those people that are, if they're talking you down, devaluing you, in any sort, you just keep them away because they're not bringing anything to you. They have no value. If that
Mm.
makes sense.
So true.
It is true, but I am so sorry for the loss of your father,
Thank you. Thank you.
and I am so happy for your success. However, don't believe in, what you attract is what you get. I think there's a lot to be said about that. That I don't think about going into right now, but you made some really good points about stepping out of your shell and doing something different that changed your life for the better. And I'm really happy. It really put a smile on my face to hear that you've done something so productive. And yeah.
Just to go off one of your points, and yeah, I'm really really sorry about the loss of your father, mate. I'm really sorry about that, but I'm really really happy to hear that you made something out of it, and of yourself, and that's always really lovely to hear. To be honest with you, those kind of stories, and again, what Inez said about previously about jumping off Twitter and how well it done for your mental health. I did the exact same thing. I came off social media as a whole, and I just said to myself, I'm just going to stay off social media for a length amount of time. And I tell you what, it really did well for my mental health. But it wasn't just that I did. One thing I probably would recommend for everyone that's on this space, for one day, see if you can try and put down your phone and leave it to the side for a good few hours. And I'm talking like maybe 3 or 4 hours. Go for a walk, talk to a friend or a family member that you may well live with, or a flatmate or roommate, whatever, and see how you get on, like communicating, like just try and cut yourself from all technology. And I tell you one thing, I did that and it really, really helped me. It's like detoxing away from technology, and it feels weird, but it's like we're all addicted to technology in a sense. Like we're on our mobiles, we're either watching TV or on the internet, and it seems that if we cut ourselves from the technology, you're also cutting yourself from, you know, the media and social media, and um, you have comments about whether it's good comments or bad comments. You're basically cutting yourself from all of that, and then all of a sudden it feels like you've just switched off from everything. And when I did that, it actually really, really helped my mental health for a brief amount of times. If anyone has those addictions to to technology, whether it's mobiles or whatever, I would recommend honestly just turning off from it just for a few hours and see how you feel. Go for a walk. Just don't have any technology with you. You can bring your wallet and all that stuff if you want to buy something from the shops, but just but yeah, just I would recommend just for a day, see how long you can last. If you can last more than a day without technology, then my word, I admire you, because it's very, very difficult.
Can I
Can I make a
just
comment
say
on that?
something? Oh, I just wanted to say something, just to Doctor of Comedy, just about the like the law of attraction thing and stuff like that. I used to be a big believer in that, and also like karma and stuff like that, and that really didn't help me at all. It just because whenever I would literally try and be as positive and try and do good as much as I could every day, and then when I had a bad day and when bad things happened to me, I just couldn't explain things. I couldn't understand why things would be still be happening to me. That's why I stopped. That's why I kind of stopped believing in that and started thinking more rationally, and that bad things just happen to good people sometimes, and I just have to understand that.
Mr. Rick, may
Can
I
I,
ask you? May I ask you what kind of things happen?
I mean, it's a bit private, I guess.
Because
Yeah.
the reason why I ask is because the way everyone just thinks, if you think it happens, and it doesn't work. The law of attraction doesn't work like that. It's like three steps. You have to think it, speak it, and then put it into action. It's not like one of these things. Oh, I'm gonna say this, and then bam, magically it happens. You
No,
know,
no, I
it's
agree.
one of
I
those things you
agree.
have to work.
Yeah, I don't think, to be honest with you, I don't think like the negative things that happen to me are really relevant, like necessarily. It's like what I'm trying to say is like I will think it, act it in every minute of my working day and life, and still negative things would happen to me, and I then couldn't explain that. And like I said, it doesn't really matter what the negative things were necessarily, I don't think. And that's why, like I said, I kind of gave up on that kind of idea, and I had to think like, yeah, realistically, like it doesn't work for me. That's all. I was just wanted to say. I don't think that works for everybody. Those
No, sir,
three
it does.
steps.
It doesn't. It certainly doesn't. But I was just it was a suggestion.
It's a good
can I make
suggestion. I mean, sorry
Yeah,
for.
yeah. No, dude. Sorry, I do appreciate it. I just say like it just didn't work for me.
I
But and
understand.
also I just want to say congratulations on winning that competition, by the way.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, I feel like pulling yourself out of a rut is. I know that there are a lot of different theories on specifically how the brain works, and we really don't know that much. We're kind of just talking out of our asses in psychology, but it's essentially down to a science and the cognitive behavioral therapy approach, where continuing to force yourself out of those that immediate train of thought, that that neuron pathway that you immediately go to when something bad happens, or when you get rejected, or when you get abandoned, or when any of those emotions are triggered. You can force yourself to have a different first reaction through like cognitive behavioral therapy and things like that. But number one, that's not accessible for a lot of people. And number two, a lot of treatment has to be more personalized than that. But I think there's a lot to be said about forcing yourself to perceive yourself differently. Um, I'm done.
Well,
Yeah,
Can
this
I?
is Joe.
yeah, but I think
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Honestly,
no,
been
I was just to say like
so long.
positive imagery and things like that. I think going back to like what Oz was saying about like social media and stuff like that. Social media doesn't have to be as negative, I don't think, as like if you filter your, like if you use the filters and you've got a positive, try and create as much of a positive news feed and feed as possible. It doesn't have to be that bad. And
Well,
if anything, that the positives from the
well,
connection that you have, like even here now, right now, is probably the most positive. Is probably the most positive aspect of my
well.
life, like in terms of my weekly, like weekly things, then say like that, if I didn't have social media, I wouldn't have this space
Well,
here
just
to sort of share.
and I'm
So
going to support.
yeah,
This is
just sorry,
Joe.
just saying
I'm
that.
sorry. This is Joe. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Apologize to everybody. Let me get it off my brain. If I didn't try social media, I wouldn't have found you guys. And I've really enjoyed your conversations and listening to all of you all because it's really helped me quite a bit. Um, but it's kind of like you have to stick your toe in the ocean, and you may get bit a few times. But if you pull back and you don't learn, it's like life. You have to. I'm sorry, and I apologize to anybody if I offend you, but you're gonna have experiences that are negative and positive, and when you get on social media and you realize that you followed um, the the wrong people and stuff, um, yeah, you're gonna have negative experiences. But if you learn and you say, okay, these were not good for me, and it's kind of like in life, when you follow the wrong people around life, you hang out in the wrong circles, you hang out in the wrong parties, you hang out in the wrong whatever. I mean, feel free to agree or disagree, but it's, you kind of like adapt,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah, I agree with you. I think it's having that self-awareness and awareness around you to know that you're around negative people. And I think a lot of people, luckily in the last few years, um, I've discovered that self-awareness and discovered sort of like who's good for me, who's not good for me, and taken myself out of certain situations. But there's a lot of people that can't see that they're surrounded by toxic people or negative people, do you know?
That's a great
So
thing
I
that.
have.
Go ahead, Anas.
So I was going to say I have an experience that I wanted to share from a few years ago, which happened online, and this was when I was involved in Grenfell, and there was a lot of activism, and it was very intense shortly after the fire, and a lot of it took place on social media, so Twitter and Facebook and stuff, and there was a lot of petty rivalry and egos involved, and somehow somebody tried to pull me into her project, and I chose not to get involved with her project. I didn't tell her that, but I didn't get involved.
Did anybody else lose him?
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah,
He
he's
just
gone for me.
For me.
Okay, so I have a funny story to share with y'all about kind of rewiring what you think when negative things happen to you. So a few months ago, me and a buddy of mine, we decided to take a trip to Atlanta, Georgia, and this was our first time going out since the pandemic had started. Me and him just, we wanted to go do something fun, so we decided to go to a big city. Uh, so we check into our Airbnb, and not even 15 minutes we're there. We go back down to his truck to go get the rest of our stuff. His window is smashed open, and we got robbed. Everything out of his truck was taken. Everything. So, of course, we're not very happy about that. And my buddy proceeded to get pretty upset. But what I was going to say is that I kind of sat him down afterwards. And, despite the fact that we had just gotten everything taken from us, not even 15 minutes whenever we were there, I explained to him that I tried to explain to him that, like, despite that this bad thing just happened to us, I know that there are a lot of people out there that are struggling. And this is not to excuse what these people did. We don't know
Yeah.
who did it. But I try to explain to him that a lot of people are struggling right now to make ends meet, to get money to survive. And, that in part has to do with the American the American educational system and the government and the way that they actually, the safety nets that we have, or the lack of thereof. Anyways, I'm getting off topic, but I feel like I was able to help him understand that, like, we could be in a lot worse of a position here. We could have maybe got into an altercation with a person, maybe even could have gotten shot or whatever. Um, but we didn't. Our stuff got taken from us, and that stuff can be replaced. And so, that definitely helped him calm down. And for the next couple of days while we were there, we actually ended up having a pretty good time, even though we only had a single pair of clothes. Um, but it was an enjoyable experience nonetheless. And I feel like that was a good way of kind of rewiring and rethinking a negative situation when it happened to you.
That's lovely. I want to say something about positive thinking. And I mean, positive thinking is basically everything. It's everywhere these days. Like, you see it everywhere. And yet, the depression statistics are still rising, and not going down despite positive thinking. So I think we should be. I understand that people want to help others by saying, please, like, it will get better. And there's nothing wrong with saying that. But, saying stuff like, oh, just stay positive, things will be better. It's not helpful for anyone who is feeling depressed, because it's being positive has become the new way of saying, oh, cheer up. It didn't work then, and it doesn't work now.
Well, this is
It's,
Joe.
And
Sorry, Doc.
wait, I'm
Yes,
sorry, Joe, I'm not
I'm
finished.
sorry.
And it's hardly like you need to be told by anyone that you need to feel better, that you should feel better. You know that already, and you've heard it a million times, and you tell yourself that every single day. And when someone says to me, even out of kindness, it's downright sometimes annoying and useless to be told it again.
there's
Um,
also
and
sorry, Ines.
yeah, yeah. And it's just like, I feel like it's the new Instagram and social media movement of positive thinking. And it seems to be like, that you're living up to an ideal standard of a perceived perfection, all the time. And I don't know. I think denying our emotions is like insulting. It's insulting of what it means to be a human. And telling people to be positive, um, telling or cheer up. Um, it it does nothing to help make feel people better. And it is okay to not feel okay. And that's what I want to say. And I'm not
Uh,
accusing anyone of trying to I don't know.
There's,
Yeah.
there's something interesting in what you've said, Ines, which is that so in his book Staying Sane, Dr. Raj Paso, very early on, he cites a study about people who are clinically depressed. They have a more finely tuned ability to ascertain truth from falsehood. and it was illustrated by a study where they got an artist a number of artists to do some paintings, and then they got a control group, and they got a group of people who were told what the exercise was, and a non-control group who weren't, and each group was shown these paintings and asked to comment on them, like review them, and their reviews were recorded. So both the control group and the non-control group. So the non-control group was a group of people who were depressed, clinically depressed, and then those recordings were shown to a separate group of depressed individuals, and they were asked. Sorry, the recordings were then presented to the painters, the artists, and the people who had given the criticism or review were sat in front of the artists, and their reaction were recorded when the artists were speaking to them about their reviews. And obviously, some of them were cringing at what they had said because now they were facing the person who they'd criticized. Those reactions were then recorded and presented to a group of individuals who were clinically depressed, along with a set of reactions from just people who weren't depressed. And the group of depressed people were asked to determine which of the reviews were truthful and which of them were lies. And then there was another group who were not depressed who were asked the same. And the group who were clinically depressed managed to identify, I think, 80% of the instances where people had lied to the artists. So, which goes back to your point about, like, when people tell someone who is clinically depressed, for example, that things are going to get better, or, chin up and all that sort of stuff, they're able to see through that, and it can potentially be triggering and regressive for them. So it's something that it's known, and people should be aware of. I think a lot of people just aren't aware of this.
Yeah,
Hey
you're right.
guys.
Yeah, I feel like I really
Sorry.
agree with that. Sorry.
No, I'm not.
Okay, yeah, I was just
It
saying I
feels
really agree with that.
sorry.
Sorry, I keep messing up. But yeah, no, I think it's really important to stop looking at, like, yes, it definitely is a mental illness if you are feeling this way and like life doesn't matter and all, like, depression is bad, right? But you're not wrong. I think when I stopped thinking about depression as being wrong, that's when I started to be able to get better. Like, acceptance that, like, yes, bad things are happening, instead of other people trying to be like bad things aren't happening, or like it's not that bad. When I accepted, like, yes, there's massive suffering in the world, and I can't fix that all the time, or most of the time. I feel like I was able, in my personal life, I was like, okay, this is happening, and we will get to that, but I still have to experience joy, because it doesn't, like, I can't solve things, right, like on a big scale. And yeah, like, some people might not like things, and maybe things aren't easy, but just acceptance of that, instead of, like, I guess, toxic positivity, like, it'll all be okay, like, you got this, which isn't always toxic, but like when you're depressed it feels like that, like it feels like it's all lies. But yeah, like, just acceptance of suffering, and accepting that I was really good at, like, understanding, like, criticism when I was, like, really really depressed, but I mean, it's not a good thing to be too good at that. But yeah, once I stopped, I'm able to stop being so hypercritical, and I'm a lot happier.
Well, this is Joe, real quick.
Thank you for saying.
Go ahead.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
go ahead. I'm just going to say,
Oh, yeah.
isn't that what it means to be human? When you see somebody suffering or hurting and you want to, like, try to say something consoling to help them, and sometimes it applies and sometimes it doesn't, but you can't help yourself, and maybe that causes you, maybe that help. I'm sorry, I'm trying to parse this to where sometimes, maybe sometimes it makes you feel better because you tried to help somebody, but sometimes it maybe makes the other person feel better. But you can't turn it
Yeah,
off.
I
You're
definitely
being
think
a
you're
human
right.
being. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, there's no right way, I don't think, to do any of these things. But I found that, like, when I was sad, when I'm not sad, also, like, it's a lot more to, like, do actions for people rather than, like, say things. But this might just be me, but I think, like, relating to people and telling them, like, this has also happened to me, or like
this is how, like, I don't know, I find that to be really like a lot more helpful than that. But that might just be like a cultural difference, because like around me, like in my family, like I feel like love is often expressed as actions and things that you do for people, and like things that you show that you think about them rather than just like words. But that's not like everybody. Like I
Right.
think that might be different.
I think yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't tell who was speaking earlier, the one who was trying to parse it together. I think where you were going was maybe it's best to ask somebody what you can do for them. What's their kind of language? There's so many different kinds of depression, and it impacts how we think, and anxiety, everything else. Um, I don't want to go full Joe Rogan here because I am not a fan of his. Uh, but I had been reading up on ayahuasca for a few years. I don't know if anybody's heard of it, but it's a psychedelic drug. And I finally was at the end of my rope and I took it this past fall. Um, Coronavirus protocols were not followed. That's how at the end of the rope I was. Um, but it didn't work for me. This is the most powerful psychedelic drug on the planet, and the shaman couldn't fish, gave me like a triple dose and could not figure out why I had such a mild reaction. Other people around me were seeing God, they were reliving their sexual traumas, all these other things. Um, and there was supposed to be a second ceremony the next day, and I said, you know what, I'm just going to leave early, take off. This stuff doesn't work for me. And it hit me that the lesson that I had been missing my whole life wasn't that I hadn't accepted my big bag of bullshit or the bullshit that people had put on me as I've grown through life. I'd accepted it. I understand it. I'd analyzed it with all of these therapists, psychiatrists, and I'm in Boston, so a lot of these are Harvard educated people who are allegedly intelligent. Uh, but
Mhm.
uh, as I was driving home, the it hit the missing piece hit me, and it literally is. I never made peace with myself. It's one thing to accept circumstances or things that happen to you, but when you accept it, you dwell. Um, and so it's almost like you relive it every day, even when you're consciously not reliving it every day. Um, and so for the past few months, I've been trying to learn this notion of peace, of going beyond acceptance and really just saying, you know what, like, I'm trying to liken it to, you step outside one day without an umbrella and you get soaked and you could get pissed, you could cry, you could whatever, you can laugh it off. You, you have to accept it. It happened to you, but how you deal with it moving forward um, is the missing piece for me. Making peace with the fact that I didn't check the weather, I didn't do this, I didn't do that. Again, this very rudimentary kind of example, but I have found just over the past few months, and in follow up with a lot of the people that I set ceremony with, um, that it seems like everybody can talk about what's going on in their head. It seems like everybody can talk about what's going on in their head. Depressed people, we're very articulate. Um, we know exactly how we're feeling, or it gets dicey with mixed emotions and things like that. But for the most part, our emotional quotient is very high. Um, and just in speaking with everyone, it seems like we tend to overanalyze. Um, and I've realized again that the overanalyzing is depression's way of making sure you never move on. Yeah,
Yeah.
you've accepted it, you've put the wet blanket on, you're carrying it around with you everywhere, you put the fake smile on every day, but until you make peace with it and you say, you know what, this is just how my brain works. and then trying to learn how to get to where you want to be in life while your brain is kind of holding you back. That, for me right now, has sort of been the journey to finding peace. So I really liked, I'm sorry again, I can't tell who was talking, but um, the notion of acceptance, because I had been there, and therapists had told me constantly, you can do our job better than we can, but you're missing something. Um, and for me, that missing piece is peace. Learning to sort of love yourself despite the fact that you also hate yourself for a variety of reasons, um, and learning to grow from that. And truly, it's been I mean, it's a hard process. Peace is a journey to be attained. It's never going to you're never going to be fully at peace ever. Just like you're never going to be happy all the time. That would be unhealthy as well. Um, but this notion of trying to, you know, not only accept, um, understand, but to just say everybody has some sort of baggage. Just because mine might be a dump truck doesn't mean that I still don't have hopes and dreams. And if driving that dump truck will get me to those hopes and dreams in a way that I didn't imagine getting there, I think it's still worth it to stick the key in the ignition. And that's where I'm kind of in my journey now. I'm
Yes,
sorry if
Uh,
that
That
was
was
No,
so insightful.
it was very
long-winded.
so
insightful.
yeah,
yeah,
And
I just wanted to say that I find that I agree with you that about like, I definitely overanalyze things, but I find that that helps me. I think that helps me. No, not analyzing that now, but it's like I think I suppose the opposite to that, or like the common sort of like um thought is that ignorance is bliss, but I also think knowledge is empowering, and like when you're feeling kind of isolated and you're feeling, like sort of like um, in that sort of rut. Like I said, yeah, analyzing things and understanding things, and the more you understand things, for me, it empowers me in a way, if that makes sense.
Yes,
Absolutely. Knowledge is power. 100%. You can't go to the next step of the journey unless you understand what's going on within your head. Um, and so it's great to overanalyze for somebody like me who has depression and anxiety, the spirals, that, you go down in depression and then the anxiety kicks in, and I literally will relive the same issue and re-debate it over and over again, even though other times I'd gotten to a point of saying, oh, okay, you can move on from this. It's the nature of the beast, that it always comes back. It's always at the back of your mind. And so, at least for me, after this ceremony, again, the drug did not work for me. I
I
think I
think,
should
yeah,
probably be working for the CIA.
well,
I was the only one in the room that was completely
but
immune.
this,
Uh,
but this is,
yeah, I
I'm
this
sure
think,
is,
it's like a mutation or something. But you know
as
who talks about that all sorry, continue.
no, you're fine.
no,
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, I think, I said this to someone before. I think, if if your life's not overcomplicated, then like too much analysis will complicate things maybe. But if like for me, I felt like my life always feels like it's kind of complicated, and so like I don't know. Yeah, that's all. That's anyway.
But this is
I
this
feel
this is Joe. Sorry, real quick. I'll real quick, and I'll let you guys, and I'll go back on mute. I promise. But this is a Tony and Rick that life is personal, right? It's personal. It's you. It's how you view your experiences in life, and other people try to help you or give guidance or give advice, but they're giving it based on their experiences, and that may or may not apply to you. And you have to cherry pick that, and you have to choose what's good for you and what's not good for you. And if those around you love and respect you, then they'll treat you as such. If others want to force upon you their beliefs or ideals or standards, and that doesn't apply, then bad, negative things happen. But really, life is a personal experience. It's how you perceive your life as a person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. No, obviously, no two people are saying. I was going to go back to what you were saying about the customer services, Joe. Was it you said, and
Just
about that sort of?
interject here. I know there has been some ladies, Ruhi, who has been wanting to talk for a while now. Can we
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
just circle back to Ruhi? Am I pronouncing your name right, Ruhi?
Yeah, Ruhi.
Yeah.
Hi guys. So I just joined a few minutes ago.
Well,
I just wanted to say on Joe's point, yeah, that it's personal. Everyone's life and experiences are very personal, but I think that's where there's the difference between good advice and irrelevant advice. Because if you are giving advice to someone based on your experiences and your life and your principles, then you're not really being very emotionally intelligent. You're not really understanding what the other person needs. So going back to what Inez was saying, how like toxic positivity and false positivity doesn't really help her, I think it's really important, if you are that friend or that advice giver, to really take the time to understand that person's priorities and beliefs and what's important to them, and give them advice based on that, because otherwise you're just going to be preaching based on you, and that's not really that helpful. So I personally don't really think it should be up to the other person to pick what advice they take on board. I think if you really care for that person, then you would give more tailored, personalized, emotionally intelligent advice. But that's the way that I like to do things with friends who are struggling.
Completely. Rick.
There's this guy on YouTube. Sorry.
Hello?
No. Please continue.
There's this guy on YouTube. It's like I think his at is Healthy Gamer GG, and I've really found his videos helpful, and like the ruminating spiral that people were talking about. Like you can't stop thinking about something even though like you think you should be over it. And I think it was something about like your default network. I think that's what it's called. So like it's like the default mode network, and it's basically like that's like how your brain is wired, I guess, when you're not focusing on the outside world. It's like your inside, like your inner mind, I guess. And like it was so awesome for me to learn that, because if you know about it, you can kind of change it. And he was kind of talking about it neutrally, and like how to not like how to like completely change it, but how to accept that. And then once you have that acceptance, like I'm not sure who that was. I think it was yeah, I'm not sure exactly who spoke about it, but like the acceptance part, like once you accept it, you can kind of change it, because all of that, well, a lot of it is coming from external stimulus that had happened before in your life. And like that's what Ruhi was saying, like everyone's life is different. So like that's helped me so much. Like it doesn't solve anything, of course, but it's like a mindset shift.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm sorry, Rick, for having interrupted you. So if you wanna continue,
No, it's okay. It's okay. I just wanted to, agree with the last speaker. Like, yeah, a lot of it is just projecting past experiences, but they're obviously personal experiences. So, like I say, no one can really sort of understand what you're kind of projecting. And yeah, it's that, I think the word you was looking for maybe was subconscious. Is it your subconscious thoughts and things like that, and how that sort of governs your behavior? Yeah, I do try and sort of try not to, well, try and think about that, but not overthink about it, if you know what I mean.
yeah, the advice.
Yeah, so with me, I would say anxiety is more of an issue for me than depression. And I've found that my brain works way faster than I can sometimes understand. So particularly my subconscious, like Rick just mentioned, I feel like sometimes there'll be times where I feel so overwhelmed and I will literally have to take a pause, sit down and sit with some paper and a pen and literally just do like a brain splurge. And then I will realize like, oh, like that little thing that happened made me feel this way because of this and this and this. But in my subconscious brain, that whole process would have taken like 0.1 seconds to occur. So then throughout the day or throughout the week, I will just have a build up of like all these things and I'll be like a velcro to all these emotions and they've all stuck on me and I haven't processed them. And then I will sit down, I will mind map that stuff, draw some connections between things that are going on in my brain, and then put all those thoughts and emotions back in my brain, but having processed them. And that is kind of my way of processing it. Maybe that will help someone else.
That sounded really helpful, actually. If anyone else has something to say, sorry, just trying.
I just wanted to just what Ruhi said, just to amplify that. I think one of the things that's pretty hard to understand and accept is that pain isn't comparable. So one person's cause of depression or anxiety isn't the same as someone else's. And I think people get caught up in this idea that I have it a lot harder than them, or they have it a lot harder than me, therefore I don't have a right to sort of speak up or say how I feel. And one of the things that took me so long to actually seek out a therapist was I was feeling awful and I just wasn't processing thoughts. And similar to Ruhi, these things were just sort of collecting until I kind of exploded. And the reason I didn't was because in my head I was like, oh, there's so many people suffering with way more things. You know, I got food on the table, I got a roof over my head. Whereas I think the thing to accept, it comes back to this idea of accept, is that it's quite individualistic and it's very subjective. Do you accept you're going through a hard phase? Do you accept I feel like this every day? Do you accept it's just a bad morning? I think the key thing is just obviously you are the root in this whole scenario, and sometimes you feel like the only person in the world. And I think that resonates with pretty much anyone going through a bad phase. And through therapy, one of the things that has really helped me in terms of this feeling like you're stuck in a rut, whether it's just a really slow morning or a week or a month or however long it is literally doing to-do lists as soon as I wake up and nothing major. So simple things like getting up and making a cup of tea, having a shower, brushing my teeth, little things like that. It just stimulates your brain. That process of ticking something off your list kind of makes you feel good about yourself. Um, and I think because we're so focused on, oh, I feel shit, and all day it's just that negative thought process, and the thoughts aren't really being processed. You just have this constant theme in your head of just feeling awful. It's really easy to get lost in it. And Ruhi, just going back to what you said, one thing that my therapist told me to try, which actually really helped me, is what I do on my notes app on my phone. Is anytime I sort of have a feeling or an emotion like anxiety or stressed or sad or whatever it is, I'll just note it down on my note app and I'll kind of do like a little ticker. So if I felt at the end of the day, I'll just look back at it and it'll kind of be like, I felt anxious X amount of times a day. And when I kind of review my day, I can sort of pinpoint exactly the areas in which triggered that, I guess. Just something that might help others as well.
Yeah, I think it's important to be aware of your emotions and your feelings and what is exactly making you feel what emotion. So, another kind of tip that I would have is an emotion wheel. So, people who are not very good at kind of understanding, how things are making them feel, they're not really used to this kind of emotional processing. Like, just get an emotion wheel up sometimes, just Google image it and it gives you like the umbrella emotions, which will be things like anger or sadness, and then it will give you the specific kind of smaller emotions within that which you're probably feeling, because anger in itself is not really an emotion. It's what we call like a meta emotion, so it's normally the umbrella for something else that is disguised under it. So if you want to figure out what it is that you're feeling under it, then look at this wheel and, like KP said, perhaps note it down, or these kind of little things may just help somebody process their emotions more healthily.
And
Thank
do
you,
you know what?
Ruhi.
And do you know what? What you guys have just said there. I mean, going by what KP said, writing down on your notepad about the emotion side of it. So what my therapist and I had worked through is, in my experience, so it's hard to keep tabs with your positive emotions, because as soon as you get negativity, it overtakes it. Like, it hits you hard. The moment you feel good, we live in the moment, but then we easily forget it once the negative emotions then kick in. So what I had been doing is, when I had those positive feelings, those positive moments, I get my phone and I write down the positive notes on what had made me feel so happy that day. And I look at my notes when I feel down, and I remind myself what had given me that good positive feeling, and then I feel better. Not 100% perfect, but I feel better. So it's something that maybe I would recommend everyone else does if they choose to. Of course, it's completely up to you. If you have another positive way of helping, whether it's walking or listening to a podcast or talking to a friend even, or a family member, that also helps as well. Because one thing's for certain, I think we can all agree on: if you're alone and you're surrounded by your own negative thoughts, it's not a good place to be in. So honestly, whatever you do can help, and whatever anyone else can do, because this is kind of like therapy. We're all talking amongst each other of our own personal experiences and problems that we've had in our own personal lives. And I feel like this is a form of therapy as well. So it's always good that as well. But like I said before about the notes, whatever you feel is good in the moment, write it down, whether it's paper, phone. I would recommend just reminding yourself of that positive moment.
I have a question. Have you guys ever felt like happiness was also almost like cringy or like embarrassing sometimes?
Yeah, I have. I mean, it's like I've got family members that find singing or dancing quite cringy. That's a form of happiness because it's a expression. I've had family members that think that, and it's sometimes they just don't understand it because they deal with happiness in a very different matter. For me, I don't find it cringy. If I'm going to dance, I'm going to dance, and if it's embarrassing, then it's embarrassing. I don't really care, in my sense. So it all depends, really. But
I
no, not for me personally.
I used to get guilty when I was younger and like through my teen years. Sometimes like I'd get like if I was enjoying myself, sometimes I would get a sense of guilt. Um, if that's similar.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes to what Rick said, similar for me. I wouldn't say cringe is the right word, but I guess I got so used to sort of putting on a fake smile, or in social situations, kind of being the funny guy, or trying to, like, just exhausting myself being quote unquote normal, that when I did actually feel any sort of joy, it just kind of felt really fabricated to myself as well. I was like, every time I sort of felt any sort of happiness, if I listened to a song or sport or whatever it was, it would just kind of be like, do I actually feel good, or is this another facade type of thing? Because I guess when you're in that mindset, you're kind of your own worst enemy as well. So even when you are happy, or even when you are enjoying yourself, you're not necessarily believing you are, if that makes sense.
It's just a temporary kind of situation in a sense, and it feels like you're not being genuine maybe to yourself or something. That's how it kind of feels to myself. And then like if I'm in that moment and then
Mm-hmm.
I'll start feeling guilty because I don't know, maybe being a fraud or a fake or something. I'm not sure.
Well, that's the word. This is
Yeah, I feel like
Joe.
for me, sometimes
Yeah.
like you were saying about the mask, like I feel like I've for a long time, and partially it's just having ADHD. Like I mimicked how other people do things, and even though like it didn't necessarily make me happy, it's because it was like the normal behavior. And so now like I stopped doing that, and like things make me happy, and I do them, but it just makes me so anxious to do those things because it's like not like I almost feel like I need constant reassurance that like the ways that I feel joy are normal, you know? Like I feel like there's so much pressure, internal
Is
pressure
it,
for me to feel normal.
or that it's kind of natural, like yeah, more natural than more organic than more than sort of like you say fabricated kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah, like I pretended to like enjoy things that gave me a lot of anxiety because I thought that's what you were supposed to do and I wanted to like, you know, work like function correctly, quote unquote. But like I just realized like it like if I'm not happy, it's not working, you know?
Huma, I'm so glad you've had that realization. And like, I just want to say that anything that actually brings you that kind of pure, authentic joy is real and is normal. Like, only you can decide what is normal for you in terms of what brings you happiness. So, honestly, as long as it's not harming anybody else, whatever makes you happy, girl, it's real and carry on doing it.
Thank you for saying that. I
Thank you. That was
think
really nice.
normality is a spectrum. I think society tries to, put people in boxes. You're supposed to be this way. You're supposed to act this way. Um, but it causes, we've been talking about a lot of shame. And shame is very, very dangerous because shame doesn't let us be who we are. Somebody else is either deliberately or, unconsciously telling us that our spectrum of normal is not normal and we need to fix ourselves. But there's nothing to fix. So we end up in this spiral of going round and round and round when we are normal. We're not harming anyone. We just react to things a little differently. Um, and learning how to break free from those chains has been such a huge, empowering feeling for me to be able to look a narcissist in the face and say, I turned down that $500,000 job because it has nothing to offer me. It doesn't matter that I'll probably be successful at it. Um, it will make me miserable. And I would rather work, for much, much less, unfortunately. Uh, but it's all a spectrum. People have certain ideas for themselves and they put it onto others. And learning how to take those dead bodies off my back, um, that has sort of been like, I'm sorry again, I can never figure out who's speaking, but that's sort of been my therapy rather than like writing it out in the journal, but just talking myself out of the illogical shame that's put on you. Because, I mean, shame, if you're not harming anyone, you're doing something you like. Um, Shame is just judgment. Shame comes from ignorance. And so, when I talk myself out of it, I really break down what people know about what I'm doing. And usually it's not much. And sometimes it's a moment for me to educate, in which case, they stop sort of outwardly doing whatever behavior, or um, it's just this release from their whatever control I felt they had over me. It just seems like there's some person standing in the street screaming at me and holding up, biblical verses or something. You just kind of keep walking. And I think that there are a lot of people who hold up those signs along the way or get in your face to say, fall in line. And when you don't fall in line, the shame leads to the spirals, at least for me, um, and the dwelling on it. So you end up not growing as a person because you're just stuck in this,
That's
you're
what it is.
being
It's the
held
lack
down.
of growth because I can't stop thinking about what other people will potentially think. And it's not so much that I care. It's partially, I think, being a part of so many different social groups and kind of like that like intersection between like all of my different identities and like the differences in how you're supposed to navigate those like identities. It's so like different oftentimes, and it feels like you can kind of get lost in that, because even just like the expectations are different. It's kind of like if I am my authentic self, like it feels like all of those groups will reject you, if that makes sense.
I was going to say, Tony, yeah, I, I agree with you there. And I was going to say as well about the, is it a case that, so Tony, you were saying about the, uh, sorry, my mind's just gone blank. Sorry, it'll come back to me in a minute.
Yeah, Huma, I just wanted to say I completely resonate with what you're saying. That struggle between being your true authentic self and wanting to fit into other groups and, social groups that you're part of. I think it's what I'm trying to do is really just stick to being my authentic self as much as I can be. It's difficult sometimes because it means losing certain friends who I've outgrown or losing people from my life. But I've noticed that the times where I felt most uneasy and anxious and not myself is just when I was trying to live by somebody else's ideals, not by my ideals, not by my morality. I was trying to be someone that I really wasn't. So I think
That
it's
is
not
a
worth
valid
it.
point.
That,
Yeah, I think it's just not worth ever cutting your wings off or getting rid of your individuality to fit into any space, because it will just make you feel so suffocated at the end of the day. And if you are just truly yourself and your authentic self and that's what life is about. Life is just about trying to get
but
closer and closer to our real true selves and doing things that really truly make us happy. And I think as long as we keep doing that, we will just automatically fall into places that are made for us.
Maria, you helped me remember what I was going to say. What Tony was saying, and you saying about individuality and basically like, and Tony saying about how it's how society sets the sort of the bar for what is deemed sort of acceptable or normal or whatever, and it's just like that's the kind of that's the bar that we're always seeking, like to achieve, like that we're always seeking to match, and we always want to fit into that box sort of thing, because that gives us because people are more likely to accept you into their social groups or whatever else. And I wonder whether I just wonder how much control we actually have over our own individuality, how much choice that we really do have, and that makes me think a lot, like even when I am in these groups and I'm laughing and joking and might be with a group of people in the pub or wherever it is, I think to myself, like I'm still sort of partaking in a sort of I don't know,
Performance.
a performance, yeah, a spectacle, yeah.
Well,
Hi
Well,
I
guys.
if
think
I could,
I
Could
think
I
it's
oh,
say
sorry.
something?
uh
Sorry, my name's Steve.
sorry.
I've been listening for about an hour, and it's this is probably the best dynamic I've had for about 4 to
Oh,
6 months. That it's so nice that people have congregated together and they've collaborated, and it's so nice that people care about each other's social conditioning. It's beautiful. But what I wanted to say is that the guy, I think it was Rick, sorry, Rick, you almost conform to what you believe is the right thing to do, and you try and do the right thing, and you forget who you are. This pandemic for me has been the most. I've changed a lot in the last 18 months for the better, by a mile the better, because I've like media, say for example, the media, I've stopped caring about the media, and I've learned to love myself so much more in terms of what I value more. I value my family more. I value my friends more. I value who I make the, who didn't make, it's bad, but say for example on an iPhone I had 174 contacts, and then out of them 174 contacts I realised that in 18 months 42 contacted me, and it made me reevaluate myself in terms of, do I want to be accepted by a number of people, or will I value the people that value me? I've had to use a very technical term, I've had like a factory reset, if you're using a computer, whereby I've reevaluated myself more. So you were shut down. You had so little options of what to do and how you could do it, that I understood for myself, and everyone's entitled to their own opinion, and I accept all of your opinions, but I started accepting myself more, and I accepted what I valued more. And there is, I mean, Ines, and by the way, I think I've tweeted you a few times, and I always value, you're a very positive person, and I'm a very positive person as well. And I value that in people. I try to, even when I'm struggling mentally, and I think everyone has issues with mental health, even if they don't want to accept it to a degree, I try to find the positive in every bad situation. It's it's not easy, but I try, and all you can do is try. But I've tried to put a positive spin on everything. Like what is it? I feel stuck in life. How do I move forward? So my personal mental health issues were from a relationship breakdown. I know that now. It's easy when you look back at yourself from a third person's point of view to reevaluate. There's nothing wrong with you. You just need to understand what's wrong. And when I started to do that and self-reflect, I found it so positive, and I started understanding what I didn't like about myself and what I do like about myself. This pandemic for me has been amazing.
It's been really positive for me as well, Steve.
It has been. It's been great.
I feel a little bit guilty because I hear everyone else saying how negative it has been for them, but for me, it has, like what you say, it's given me a lot of time to like reflect, and it's been kind of therapeutic in a way.
Dude, honestly, I had a 5.5 year relationship. It went wrong. Relationships go wrong. That's life, right? If it goes wrong, it goes wrong for a reason. But I reflected on myself as to, it was nothing I did wrong. But I reevaluated myself through this pandemic as to start to love yourself again. What did you love? And then I realized you love playing guitar, you love learning, you love watching films. Start loving yourself. And if you do that, people, you don't have to project your love. People will love you if you love yourself. And I'm only talking about my personal self, but self-love is the best love, in my opinion. I'd like to thank everyone in this forum, because I've sat here saying nothing for maybe 2 hours after a 15-hour day. I was going to watch a Netflix film, but you know what? This has been far more therapeutic to me. So thank you all. You're great.
That makes me very happy to hear.
Ines, you're great. Thank you for putting this forum together.
No, I mean, you all are great. I'm doing the bare minimum. I'm just trying to get everyone to speak.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm rambling. I'm sorry.
No. I just want to explain that sometimes I have to remove someone from speaker role so
Yeah, yeah,
everyone has get their way
of course.
to speak. What a follower asked me, what a mutual asked me is, how do you, for those of you, I know we've touched upon narcissism before, but a follower asked, how do you get out from a narcissistic relationship, whether it's your mom or your dad, your parents or your partner. And I know we talked about this before, but it might still be worth, for those of you who didn't quite listen. And if anyone has dated a narcissist, please come forward, and if you're comfortable, tell us how you did. I can do that. Hmm? Hey, hi, Enos. Hi. Always How are nice to you? have you. Likewise. Hello, everyone in the space. Happy Sunday to you. Happy Mother's Day. And those who have moms that don't have moms. So blessing to your creation that brought you to this earth to share this time and this moment. Mm-hmm. I would say that a lot of times, more often than not, if you're dating a narcissist, you may not necessarily realize it right away because they turn their narcissism onto you and basically say that you're a narcissist. Um, when it's just a projection from themselves, and you're more likely than not to be gaslit by that person. Mm. And your concerns or thoughts about their behavior, they're always right. If you point out anything to them, they will, say it's your fault. You may be too sensitive, and you respond a certain way, and everything you do has to be turned upon them, and their emotions are centered to everything. And so, the key to um, that dynamic is to recognize that your thoughts and opinions are valid, and to take a step back and think about how something that someone says make you feel. Maybe journal it. I definitely advocate for uh, getting help to seek how to deal with it. But the most important thing is knowing that your process, your thoughts, your opinions are valid, and you're valuable, and acknowledge yourself and your care, and don't frame the issues that are going on with this person in terms of how they would view it. Yeah. Because then you'll sit in your mind and gaslight your own self from the things that you think they would say about you. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, narcissists are some of the, if not the worst kind of abusers. They will make you second out yourself, your family, your friends, they even have the power to make you quit your job, or everything to do them, to make you dependent on them. And the key to cutting them off is is literally cutting them off with everything. Try to find a job, maybe secretly, or ask a friend if you can stay there for some time. Get rid of your old telephone number, and your Apple idea, because a lot of people don't understand that these people go through extreme lengths to contact you. If it's not Apple ID, it's emails, it's Spotify messages. These people these people are nuts. They just want the control, and the best way to rid yourself from a narcissist is to take back your control. And I think it's hard to do. It's very, very hard to do. And you have to have a very very strong support system to do that.
Yeah, I think just literally leading on from that perfect point you made, I was just going to say that support system is the key. Because throughout your relationship with this narcissist, chances are that they've weakened you. They've made you so vulnerable that, like Xavier said, you're probably questioning your own judgments, your own opinions. You're gaslighting yourself at this point. That's how vulnerable and weak you are. So you need people who have your back, who genuinely have your back. And those are probably people that this narcissist has distanced you from.
Yes.
That's your friends, your family. So I think the first step in answer to your question, how to get out of a narcissistic relationship, is to slowly start building those bonds with the support networks that you've lost, because they will be there for you when you need them. And I personally, I would say that is the first step.
Yeah. And honestly, it's not uncommon for a narcissist to tell them different stories about you, about what's happened. It's not uncommon for a narcissist to paint you out as a crazy, unstable person who needs help. So no one will believe you. And then because narcissists rely on this grandiose persona that they show off to the world. You know, oh wow, what a lovely girl. Oh wow, what a lovely guy. You know, how could he possibly be a narcissist, an abuser? So, luckily, if you have really strong friends, that they will see through it, like I had. And because they did not recognize the person he was, talking about at all. And he was basically telling my friends too, oh, but Ines is mentally ill. She's gone through so much in her life, war and PTSD. You guys are just traumatizing her even more, putting these ideas in her head. Stop doing that. And eventually he wanted he basically wanted me to cut them off. And that's how they operate until you
And
have
that's the
no
classic.
one.
And that's the classic playbook, right? To create that emotional dependency on them that you have. Complete red flag.
Yeah.
It's compliance, right? They want something from you, but it's control, isn't it?
Yeah, they want complete and utter control over you and your emotions. And if you have a strong support network, then they know that they can't control you like that. And that's why that's one of the first things that they get rid of.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to add at the end, like sometimes the kind of emotional abuse can have gone so far that you might not feel that the bonds with your friends or even family are repairable at this point. So do rely on strangers. I think that is something that did actually really help me. There are some people on Twitter even who I am so grateful for helping me through some of the darkest.
I agree.
Yeah, so please rely on this chat here. I mean, my DMs are always open for anyone who is going through something and doesn't feel like they have anything. Yeah, I know Inez is the same. I know a lot of people in this chat are the same. So if you really feel like you don't have anyone, then just rely on strangers who want to help you.
Sorry to what I was going to say. It's quite a salient point that you've just made. Is when I had like a little bit of an awakening and I started getting positive and feeling more positive about myself, and I started dating. I started doing all these things that I wasn't comfortable doing. When I started projecting that on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook, all my friends started thinking I was crazy. Like, why is he so positive? Which I thought was very strange, because we've been through a pandemic, and a lot of people didn't. don't get me wrong, they're my friends, right? But a lot of people are quite self-indulgent, unfortunately, and they didn't. Some people that you thought you could rely on didn't reach out, and as soon as I had a moment of clarity and I started feeling good about myself, and I started projecting that on social media, they started saying he's crazy, and they were projecting their own inadequacies on my change of positivity. So I started learning a lot about people that I'd known for years that started letting me down, if truth be told. And maybe it's because they felt bad about themselves. That's fine if they do. I mean, I make a habit. I work a lot of hours. I'm tired all the time, but I make an effort, a conscious effort, to pick up the phone, saying, "Just say, how are you?" You know, I
Yeah.
know the people that reach out, and I know the people that don't. And I've learned a lot about this pandemic hasn't been great, let's be honest. But I've learned a lot about people that I know and a lot about people that I thought I knew, and I've been proven wrong, unfortunately. Some cases good, some cases bad.
Yeah, this is why I'm the biggest advocate for sharing your happy times and your highlights of your life, but also your weak points on kind of social media. This is something that I personally do because I find that it helps people relate, and people who feel alone going through this kind of stuff suddenly don't feel alone. Like I've had so many DMs where people say to me like, I'm reading your tweets and I feel like I'm tweeting them. Like I've been through a relationship like this. Like how did you get over it? How did
You
you
can relate, right?
Exactly. So I think that's why social media, when used, healthily and authentically, can really connect people who can help each other and need each other.
And sometimes, like this guy earlier was saying, and like in terms of therapy, sometimes it's good to get an anonymous viewpoint on your life, because when people are emotive, they think they know you and they give you the advice because they think you know you. They know you, sorry. But sometimes anonymity is better.
Yeah, it's that lack of judgment, it's that lack of presumptions and expectations because they think they
Yeah.
know you. Whereas a stranger, they don't owe you anything. They're just
Uh,
there because they want to help you.
yeah, I tell my
Yeah.
friends what I
One of the
Yeah,
things
want.
that
that's
helped me the most, one of the things that helped me the most was getting to a therapist, getting to a life coach, talking to my yoga teacher, just getting completely neutral opinions based on my thoughts
Yeah.
and impressions. And I thought that for me, it helped me to separate myself from my own experience so that I could look at my experience from an objective perspective. So I wouldn't project any of my trauma. I wouldn't project anyone else's that I knew opinion about what was going on, and it helped me to really soberly take action steps to fix what was going on.
You can be purely honest though with a stranger. I think that helps sometimes because with me when I speak to my friends, I want to project that I'm strong, even when I'm not.
that's
Yeah.
fair. But I also think therapy is a good thing because,
Oh
as the
yeah,
person said, that there's neutrality, and stuff. But one thing I wanted to add about social media, I love when people express themselves because a lot of the time, some other people are unable to express themselves on social media for different reasons. And so when you see someone, tweeting something that you're thinking or that you're going through, you might be in a space where you can't publicly tweet that, but somebody tweeting it makes it so much easier for you to relate. So,
yeah, yeah.
like, I live in a small country, so you know things get around fast. So if you're a lot of people know you in your parish or in your
Look,
city, the whole island might know about what you're going through.
yeah,
So
yeah.
in that space, it's great to see people that express themselves outwardly in ways that I probably don't want to. you know
I'm so
Yeah.
happy to hear you talk. Uh, And it's been so long. I'm so happy to have you here, to be honest. I'm so happy to have you all here.
Oh, thanks for the space.
No, I think like we always get such a good group that we really understand each other. And I think that's the most important thing here.
True.
So yeah.
Steve, can I just
Oh, no.
signpost to you and anybody else? There's a pinned tweet on my Twitter, which is an initiative that was set up a few years ago called And Shoulders, which is a bank of empaths who anybody can reach out to if they need to speak to a stranger in complete confidence and complete discretion. So it's there as a resource for anybody who may wish to avail themselves of it.
Yeah, I think sometimes it really helps.
Steve, I was just thinking when you said you don't want to appear weak in front of certain friends,
Yeah.
and you just wonder what their expectation is of you and what they're
Well,
supposed to.
it's not really even their expectation of me. It's my expectation of I want to
Yeah.
project to them.
Yeah,
Because even
it's
with
self-manifesting.
my parents, everyone I love and hold dearly, you don't want to show weakness. So when you're going through times of struggle, you might be going through the mill, right? You might have a relationship breakdown, you might have lost your job. And I always try and self preserve the people I hold the dearest to me, and I try and deflect. So if they say, if I'm going through a terrible time and they say, "How are you?" I say, "I'm good." It's like I don't want to project my bad times on them.
Yeah.
And that's why I think sometimes anonymity is good, because you're trying to protect the people that you love the most.
Oh, sure. No, I agree with anonymity and talking to people. It's just the friends round. So I always get a lot of satisfaction from helping my friends, especially um, if they're going through struggles they can't really talk openly. And in a way, not doing that myself would be denying them the ability to do that as well. And I think that's where maybe you get to understand people better and you get a better closeness. So I think, I mean, I'm 53 now, so, probably a lot more confident in talking about myself than I was a few years ago. But, I think it's quite good to open up to those that you really trust, because when we're talking about narcissists, I've got a narcissistic friend, and whatever problem you had, I will sort it out, and stay strong. And there was no care there at all, even though he was my friend. And people like that, you don't want to show weakness to. But I think it's good to identify those that you can when you need to.
Oh, and I have. Trust me. I mean, say for example.
Yeah.
Sorry, who was going to speak? Carry on
No,
speaking.
no, carry on, Steve. I'm sorry.
All I was going to say, and sorry, is on the back of my hand, on 5 fingers. Now I know who the people that have got my back. That's all I was going to say.
Exactly.
In the hard times, say for example, I can say in 5 fingers now, there's 3 or 4 people that if they had no money and they asked me for £5, I'd send them £10, because I trust them implicitly, because I've got that dynamic with them over years and years and years that they've got me. That's it. When times really, excuse my French, when the shit hits the fan, I know who I can rely on.
What I wanted to say, and I just want to say, Xavier, you made very good points. Thank you for that. And Steve, I completely understand you with when I was diagnosed with PTSD, complex PTSD. It's and basically a long-term depression. I was very reluctant to tell anyone because I was ashamed. I felt like because I had my entire life, because everything that had been going through, had been going through. I had always felt different and always felt like, I had to keep, everything that happened, the world, like inside of me, like on my shoulders, basically. And I felt like I had to carry like my parents' burden, sorrow a
Mm-hmm.
lot as well. And then um, I just I was bullied in school, and I was,
Mm-hmm.
uh, a lot of bad things happened to me. But then I finally came out after a suicide attempt, a really serious suicide attempt. I haven't talked about it a lot, but it was over the years, like since I was a kid. I've been trying to take my life. Some very serious, some were not. I've stopped doing that.
Oh,
But
thank God.
yeah, but my previous last one, because like no one really knew how I felt, so I sat them down and told them, this is how I feel. I'm not feeling really well. I'm I'm just, this was years ago. I'm barely surviving. And, and the first, I think the first thing my mom was said, like that I was manipulating her or something. And was before my suicide attempt.
Mm.
And then after she started believing me, because I think I spent 8 days at ICU, because like my life was literally between life and death. And
Oh,
then
God.
and then I think I told my best friend, who told someone I really didn't want her to tell. And later on, like 2 years later, that was used against me, that was used
Yeah.
as a very, foul way to, like, it was used in a way like, but Ines, you're always, you're always so
Got it.
troubled. Like, I know you're so, you know, you don't have the mental capacity to deal with, you're always stressed out, you're always sad and stuff like that. And that was when I felt like, whoa, maybe I should not have been that honest about my feelings, because I felt so violated and shamed, because there's already such stigma, and then for that to be used so disgustingly against you, it
Yeah.
just made me withdraw and stop, you know. Obviously, I'm talking about my feelings with you guys, but
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think I'll ever talk about my feelings with my close friends, and
I got so
like I did
cheated,
before.
sorry, Ines. I got so cheated by my close friends. And these are people that I've known. I'm 41 now. I've known these people for 35 years.
Yeah, this was the
And,
same with me. I'm not
and,
30,
and, and
41,
it
but
was it was really traumatic, right?
yeah,
It was more traumatic than the pandemic
yeah,
when you get cheated by your friends.
yeah,
I remember being with my friends and I went out with, it's completely unrelated, but it does cause mental health issues that people that you've known for 35 years and you're a white Caucasian guy and you go out with an Arab girl, suddenly they judge you. And I'm like, whoa, like, oh my God, like you're the law, well, not the law of attraction. When you like someone, right? There's no rhyme or reason. That's it. Um, when I found friends judging me on who I was attracted to, I I found it hard to correlate my relationship with my friends based on their opinions and people I was related to. And it did change my relationships. And that in itself, like, I feel stuck in life. How do I move forward? The way I move forward is I quantified my friends who had values, and I said, well, if you can't value the woman I love, then how can I value you? It was very difficult. I had to make some very difficult life decisions on what's important to me. Like, I've known you for 35 years and I've known this girl for 2 years and I'm in love with this girl and you're judging me based on the color of her skin, man. It was so difficult. And I've lost a lot of friends, but I know in terms of moral high ground, I have it. It's not a problem. But all I've tried to do through the pandemic and through relationships in the last 18 months is I've had to eliminate the negative. And now I swear on my life, 4 years ago, I had psoriasis, like nasty psoriasis. If you know anyone that's got psoriasis, it's not nice. And ever since I had a bit of not a mental awakening, like I've tried to reevaluate myself, saying, why do I need anyone to judge me? If love yourself and project that on people, I tell you, I spent thousands of pounds on ointments and treatments, and as soon as I stopped caring what people thought, I'm so much better mentally and physically. I've lost a few friends, but I've lost the friends that didn't have my back. I know I'm rambling again, but everything I say is true.
It is true. It is true.
For me, it's true.
And it's good that you can speak your truth because you were something traumatic happened to you. I mean,
It
you
did.
lost a lot of friends, but I mean, you did the right decision. I mean, what kind of people are what
They're
kind
the
of
wrong
people do
people.
that? And I mean, sometimes we do need to ramble, to get our feelings out. But
Get it off your chest, right?
yeah, but
I
has
wanted to share.
yeah, I was just gonna
Sorry,
ask. No, I'm not.
Oh, I just wanted to plug a clinical psychologist on YouTube who specializes in narcissism. I found her very helpful and therapeutic. Her name is Dr. Ramani. Some of you may be familiar. If you go on YouTube and look up Dr. Ramani, it's spelled Ramani.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoy her videos and find them very helpful because there are so few therapists who are specialized in narcissism and understanding narcissistic dynamics and personality disorder. So she covers narcissistic relationships, family, like romantic relationships, children, siblings, and I've personally found it very helpful. I
Do
just wanted to share that with everyone.
Do you
That's
think
great.
that she perhaps would? I mean, I just followed her, and I followed quite a lot of specialists, different areas, and like maybe she would be willing to join one of our spaces and talk about that more because I've talked to a few people who are really interested, like experts, professors, academics, who are really like interested in talking about these things. So maybe we can get her on if she has the time.
Yeah, I would love that. I don't. Maybe you can reach out to her, and as you
Yeah,
have
yeah,
more.
I followed her. I will.
Oh, excellent! Thank you.
Oh my god, I just saw that someone else recommended her. Yeah.
That's
Can I
great.
ask like an open question? I'm interested in what people say. That's all. Like for 4.5, 5 years, I was dealing with mental health issues, mainly because of a breakdown in relationship and whatever. I actually found when I really reevaluated my situation that the best diagnostic when I was out of the situation was me. I knew what I needed to do. Like I had, say for example, like psoriasis and stuff like that. I spent thousands. It was ridiculous. Thousands. And they actually dermatologists gave up on me. They said, you're going to have to move to Spain, get some sunlight, mate. And I was like, that's your advice? But when I started making lifestyle choices, which, like I said, I started loving myself. So rather than fit an ideal, and let's face it, a lot of people want to be loved, right? Everyone wants a partner. Everyone wants to fall asleep in someone's arms. Well, the majority of people do. When I started stopped trying so much to do that and started caring more about myself, like Jesus, I started playing the guitar more. I started watching films I wanted more. I ate food I wanted more. The more I loved myself, it cleared. Like no medical advice. They tried everything. It was just like I had, again, a factory reset of what do you need to do for yourself? Forget trying to fix yourself. Fix yourself because someone else needs to accept you. Accept yourself again.
Yeah.
And honestly, it made so much difference to me. It's so
I'm
hard to
glad to.
explain, but it worked.
I'm glad to hear that. I can say I have a degree in medicine that psoriasis is an autoimmune condition and maybe not completely understood. Your doctors who did tell you you needed more sunlight,
If
they
you cut
were.
off on yours, you can vote.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
What?
Sorry, go ahead.
What was that? I don't understand.
I think Amna
You
was
talking
speaking
then?
and got cut off.
Oh
Carry
yeah,
on,
yeah.
carry on, Amna.
Oh, it's okay. Oh, I was just saying that just based on my medical knowledge that psoriasis is an autoimmune condition. There are certain medications you can prescribe, and another treatment is UV radiation. So just I going by what your doctors had recommended. Because it's autoimmune, there's certain things we don't fully understand. So it is really nice that you were taking care of yourself, and that may have helped you and with your condition. I myself have an autoimmune condition. I have multiple sclerosis, and that's not also it's not entirely understood as well. So
It's
just
tricky, right?
it is tricky. So
Yeah.
I as someone who's a medical profession in the medical profession, I try to do a balance of both taking, medical advice and also trying to take care of myself, and it's hard. This space has really been nice to listen. It's been therapeutic, I think, and
It's very therapeutic.
so
I mean,
thank you, everybody.
you are literally the therapy, the therapist. You are one of the smartest. Like like especially like the women here have, and even the men. I mean, and the men as well, but the women especially here have shown such like emotional maturity, and I think it comes more natural for some of us women, even though I'm not saying anything that men haven't. You've been amazing as well, but
Thank you, Inez. Thank you.
yeah,
Appreciate
I
it.
just
You're very
basically
kind.
I just want to praise everyone.
You're
You're a
very kind.
decent host in this, yeah.
What?
You're a decent host.
Thank you.
I was quite skeptical. I listened for an hour and a half earlier, and to be honest, I listened because I was interested because I enjoy um, what people are going through, and people were exposing themselves and being very honest, and people haven't had that opportunity for a long while, and suddenly they have a forum
Mm.
that they can. And they expose themselves, and you know what? There's been no judgment. No one's slagged anyone off. Everyone's spoken out, and even a lot of people, including myself, were a little bit reluctant to show their voice, and they have. So this is not a wasted journey. This is brilliant.
No,
Can I
thank
just
you.
It is. No, it is. And I'm not what you call it, massaging your ego. I'm just saying this is the sort of thing people need in this current climate.
Steve, can I just I wanted to
Yeah.
come back on something that you were mentioning earlier,
Yeah, yeah.
without invalidating your experience, which is
Yeah,
the
yeah.
issue of not appearing weak in front of others, particularly friends or family.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think that's a long-standing stigma that still exists,
Mm-hmm.
that people have. And I think part of it is to do with framing. And I just wanted you to know, and I'm not saying my experience is representative or typical, but I am saying that anybody who turns to me and opens up about their mental health, I absolutely perceive that as a sign of strength from them. Like, it's not in my personal lived experience, it's not a weakness at all.
I don't
For
believe it's a
someone,
weakness either, but
one second,
you
just
have
let
an
me finish.
ingrained. Carry on,
Just let
sorry.
me finish. Um, so it takes an incredible amount of courage, not only for someone to recognize that they're facing a challenge with their mental health, but to air that with anybody takes tremendous courage. So yeah, just and I've dealt with hundreds, probably even up to 1,000 cases of people with going all the way up to people whose partners have taken their own lives and being with them within a matter of an hour of that occurring, to suicidal ideation, to BPD, all sorts of things. And in every single case, without exception, we walked away from that interaction with the most incredible awe for that individual
Mm-hmm.
in being able to open up.
Yeah, and I think it is a position of strength when you can talk out. I mean, if from a male perspective, and it is a bit of a male perspective, and I don't know the statistics in terms of male suicide, but men don't talk out because they do perceive it as a sign of weakness. I personally don't now. I used to. I'd probably be in a better position 3 years ago now if I wised up and just thought, share how you feel. It's difficult for men. It is
Yeah,
difficult
it is.
because excuse my French, because I'm quite a basic heterosexual male. Football's on, and you feel like a bit of a pussy. Like if you share your feelings, unless you're with your best friend and someone that really knows you, you don't want to expose that aspect of you. You don't, and
And
you
I
don't want to
will.
Steve,
expect with your
I think
family because you want to protect them. So you sort of do feel restricted.
No, but don't you think that
And I
these
absolutely
rules
hear
and
that.
regulations were created
But
by
I've taken
men,
And
though?
active
I
steps
can
to get involved.
continue before can Kimon continue? She was trying to say something.
Yeah, carry on.
Thank you. I was saying, don't you think that men created this in the first place? Like the world has patriarchal standards and there is a lot of misogyny, and as a result of that, men overall don't feel comfortable being as, expressing their emotions in certain
Has
ways.
the sound gone?
Hello? No, can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear.
KW, you carry on. I'll message Anas to say.
Who are we waiting for?
Carly?
Um,
Okay, I
what?
guess he's not hearing me.
Sorry, were you saying? Sorry, KW, you were saying something about misogyny. Is that correct?
Can you hear? Can everyone hear her now?
Yes.
Kimon, can you talk?
Okay. So everybody can hear me now?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Awesome. I was saying that isn't it more men that, had
If
this?
she's speaking, I can't hear her at all.
Okay, well, I can relay what she's saying. You can say what you want to, and I can relay
All
it.
right, no problem. Yeah, because that's weird. Everybody else kind of hear me.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I was saying men started this overall with patriarchal standards and misogynistic attitudes, right? So that's why men are not comfortable expressing themselves emotionally. That's why men feel as if they're more sexual people than a woman, and women are more emotional, and they jump to those conclusions in reactions and stuff like that. So
I mean,
I think that's a
personally,
big part of it, you know?
Well,
I disagree. I can only relate to myself. My
Well, this is a fact though, but
Steve,
okay.
I'm sorry. I was gonna relate this to Anas now. So Anas, can you hear me? Anas.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. So she was saying that men have created this patriarchal sorry patriarchal. I can't.
Jesus, have you been on the wine? Fucking hell.
Yeah,
that
and it's not funny.
Put that bottle
I
down.
love it. I love it.
that would be me
Sorry,
all
We
I
day.
made
understand
that
what you're trying to say.
mistake sometimes.
Patriarchal.
Yeah,
Patriarchal society. Yeah.
yeah, patriarchal society, and they are now what do you call it? Like
Suffering the consequences.
Yeah.
exactly. So that I think that's what she was trying to say.
Well, this is Joe.
Which I completely agree with.
This is well,
And I've taken active steps to
It wasn't
be
anything.
involved. I've taken active steps to put myself in forums which are designed specifically for men to encourage them to start talking about their mental health.
Yeah,
So I'm starting to see that conversation, which I'm very happy about. But Steve is absolutely right, and you're all absolutely on point that yes, it is still a massive issue for men to admit it. And often when I see these posts, I'm referring to a Facebook group for men, which has about 3,000 plus men in it. They will often start their post with some kind of admittance of shame that they need to, about what they're about to share, whether it's to do with a relationship breakup or sexual abuse, or whatever the issue is, they will almost always invariably admit to some kind of shame or guilt before they start sharing what they're about to share. So there's a lot of work to be done, but I'm glad to see that steps are being made in the right direction.
exactly. It's
And
not.
it's really good you're doing that. Sorry, Ines.
No, don't worry about it.
this is
Joe.
Joe. Thank you,
I was
Ines.
just telling him it was good, that he
Well,
was doing that.
well,
Sorry.
sorry. This is Joe, and this is to KW, and well, actually the whole group. Being a male and now being a father of both a boy and a girl, and thinking back on my day, what it meant to be a male, like prominent in sports and a leader and aggressive and to exhibit certain traits, but knowing what I know now, 10 years later, 20 something, 30 something years later, I like it was said just a few seconds ago where I think men are starting to question what their role really is. Is it to be the leader? Is it to be aggressive? Or is it to be more understanding or more compassionate or more you tell me what and this probably goes out more to the well to the whole group. What do you consider the ideal male? Do you want somebody who's going to weather all the storms and to be strong for everybody and to be positive and not let the little things bother them, or do you want somebody to second guess themselves and look for support and go ahead, shoot it, take off. I'm gonna go on
Well,
mute.
I don't think there's an ideal male.
yeah,
I want to make sure that let's I want to make sure as a dude that I speak up and say that. I think the most important thing when you are part of a group that's considered to be the majority group or dominant group, when someone brings that up, I think it's very important not to center yourself and see yourself as maybe attacked per se or isolated in terms of what that feels like, and use that as an opportunity to listen,
or
particularly of
reflect.
those that are not in that group, and
Mhm.
reflect. Yeah, it doesn't require those that are of the group to explain or rationalize or anything of that particular group that is not in that group. So
But it's
I just want to just make sure I said that's
You
there's no
know,
buts to that.
well,
yeah.
I think it's important.
it's a
I think
double-edged
it's
it's a
important.
double-edged sword,
Uh,
right,
No,
Xavier?
no, no, it's not. No, it's no, it's
It's a
not. It's not.
double-edged
It's
sword.
not. It's not. It's not a sword at all. It's an opportunity to learn, and that's
No
it.
argument.
Joe, if I can explain, it's not either or. Men don't have to be either or. Men can sorry, I'm having hiccups. Men can still be masculine. Men can still listen. Men can still learn. Men can still be passionate, compassionate, protective. They can still be a lot of things. No one wants to. I'm sorry, I hiccups. Sorry. No one wants to strip manhood out from men at all, and that is the misconception. All Kimon was trying to say was that it is true that men created a society where the man was supposed to be the man and be strong and not show emotions and be independent. And you should just, like, how many times have you just heard the phrase man up? I mean, it's so common. It's from other men. And I'm not saying that women are perfect. We aren't. But I'm saying that a lot of other men needs to, like, for example, there are so many men here who are willing to talk about their mental health and evolving, and that's amazing. That's really a step towards feeling better, feeling better because you can finally talk about your mental health issues and not be ashamed of them.
Well,
you know
to
and I think a lot of men live with shame.
well, to support what you're
And
saying, I grew up in a generation, and I'm gonna generalize, but I grew up in a generation where it was very, for men, it was very John Wayne like, and
mm,
being much later in my life and having a son and a daughter, and I go to relate to either one of them. And to the son, I'm saying, it's okay if it's not all balls and bayonets. It's okay if you're not
mm,
super aggressive. It's okay if you shed tears and you cry. It's part of being a
mm,
human being. And to the girl, I say, it's okay. I mean, it's okay to be who you are and to be. Um, it's part of being a human being, and you know, I guess that's what life teaches us is as you mature and you're open to saying these are my experiences and these are the things that have affected me and I want to pass that on to others and my offspring and stuff like that. It's like, hey, you know what? Take it from experience. It's okay. You don't have to be all chin up and brave about everything. If sometimes tears works. Sometimes
yeah,
sometimes
you're completely right.
so going on mute. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, you're completely right, and it's not a sorry. Like, I've bit my tongue, so it's swollen
Oh no.
too many times. It's so annoying. Um,
Stupid. Sorry.
Oh,
I'm a
um,
sadist. I enjoy when people hurt themselves.
but I'm but I'm really glad that people are acknowledging these things because it's not an attack on men at all. It's it's a way for us to improve society, and it's not just about men. But the the suicide rate amongst men is really, really high.
It's scandalous, right?
Exactly, and like we need to talk about that. And and by acknowledging that we've had certain standards where men weren't allowed to show their feelings and, just man up and take it, it's nothing wrong with that, and yeah, and I think that is what Kimon was trying to say. That was what he was trying to say. I wasn't trying to white woman explain you.
No.
Well,
Don't
Sorry.
put words in the mouth,
I
right?
I will
Sorry.
say this is one more thing from Joe, and I promise I'll be quiet. What I will say
You don't
is,
have to be quiet, Joe.
well, I know, but thank you for allowing me to speak. But I will say to those who are listening, for men, from father to son, there is a certain, whether it's implied or not implied, there's a certain amount of pressure to man up, cowboy up, you know, and
Yeah.
deal with life as it comes to you. And I'm speaking to you from I spent 5 years in the Marine Corps. I've seen war. I've seen other tragedies in my life. And there were times when I showed a little bit of emotion and I was chastised for doing
Mm.
that. Like I was having a break, or people looked at me and said, "Are you okay?" And it's like, "No, I'm okay with." It's like, well, you don't, and almost like you had to like self correct yourself, like, okay, I'm
Yeah.
not living up to the mantle of being a man. I'm not living up to the mantle of being whatever, and
Exactly.
and I'm not, okay, when I say this, I'm not belittling what it's like to be female, but what I'm saying on the call is that there's in this unspoken thing amongst men is stand up, stand straight,
Mm.
take it on the chin, don't wuss out, yada yada yada. So go ahead, tear that one up. I'm gonna go on mute.
And I wanted
Sorry,
to.
Chloe, what's
I
your
was. I
name?
was. I was literally on the radio last week,
Mm.
and I had the host ask me about a tweet that I had posted, and the post basically, I was in a meditation, and I wrote had a breakthrough in the meditation, and I started crying, which strongly recommend meditation. I meditate every day, and he asked, "Hey, okay, Xavier, you talked about crying during meditation. Are you okay?" And I was like, I'm great. I mean, I feel like being in touch with your emotions and getting still and recognizing what's inside of you and releasing those things that no longer serve you is really important. And I think it's important for men to be in touch with themselves, and crying is one of those things that it's okay for men to
Yeah.
do. And I wanted to make sure that I let the audience know that as well when that question was raised. So I think it's important in every space that men show up, to that your emotions are okay. Productive emotions are certainly okay.
And the thing is, we want you to be okay. Sorry, Mark. I'm gonna let you talk. Sorry for interrupting.
No, it's okay. I mean, I just been sitting here listening and kind of just paying attention. And this topic is something I definitely wanted to touch on. Xavier, I 100% agree with what you just said. It's a big part of my growth journey has been exactly what you just said, the stillness, the meditation. And I wanted to speak a little bit to what Joe said, because I think a lot of us grow up that way. Just kind of, what it is for a man to be a man. And I think one thing that's missing in a lot of the conversation is just a piece of authenticity.
Mm.
And so one thing I've learned is, as in my growth journey, is that as I stand up as a man, as I be more authentic, as I just step into myself, everyone gets in line with it. So it's funny how, like, when we're worried about that acceptance, and I think earlier you guys were speaking about a lot more of that acceptance in your friend circles and all these groups.
Yeah.
I find that when you really stand in it, your authenticity,
Mm.
everyone around you gets in line with it. And so it's almost like you once you don't need that acceptance and you step up, it's almost like people will follow your lead. And sometimes it's like we're projecting some of those things. We want the
Definitely.
acceptance
I
and all these
agree.
things.
I
And
agree.
so I mean,
100%.
just wanted to chime in on that and talk a little bit more for men, especially when we talk about these topics, is just be authentic. If I'm feeling this is what I'm feeling, and that's absolutely okay. And express it however I need to express it in a healthy way. As long as I'm not hurting anyone, that's it's all good.
So you think that
Brilliant
other
comment.
men will reinforce negative men stereotypes? Like they'll
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Keep going.
But how did you, Marquez? How do you, Marquez? Is that how I pronounce your name?
Correct.
Yeah. How did you like? When did you come to that realization? Like, was it a specific time where it was that how you were born,
Mm,
or?
well, personally, I was born with a little bit of it, but as you just get older, the world kind of beats it out of you a little bit, and teaches you to conform and to act accordingly. And I think that for me personally, as I went through life, um, the more I did everything the right way, quote unquote, did what I was supposed to do, and had pretty large success with doing that, external success. You look up and you're like, wow, I got everything I thought I was supposed to have and do, but I'm not happy. I've listened to everybody, and I've gotten all these things, I've done all these things, and I'm not happy. So it's like, then you have to start. And so the next question I asked myself was, well, what does make me happy? And the answer I came up with was freedom. And so when I started to really explore that, I realized that I had to unlearn a lot of the things I had learned in order to truly be free. Most of the 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 lack of freedom I felt was mental, it was psychological. I was stuck. I was trapped. I needed validation. I needed. I was just externally seeking in so many ways, and it just takes. I mean, I'm in the middle of it now, unlearning those things to stop seeking so much externally. Not to say that external experiences are not important, but to give them their proper value. To know that just because I have this thing, or I get this person, or I get whatever it is that I might want, that's not the key to my happiness.
But Marquis, if you don't mind me asking,
Go ahead.
and it does resonate with me what you've just said,
I was just
who,
wondering,
who are
that
you conforming
feels
to?
pretty brave. I don't know, did you experience it like it was bravery to kind of
Mm,
not worry less about how other people are
right.
perceiving that kind of freedom?
Well, I mean, it just takes some time. I mean, once if you if you do enough of you take enough of the same actions, and you really really kind of just pay attention to what's around you, or you get into your intuition and you're like, I'm not actually happy. In a moment you will be. You feel like that in a moment because you got what you wanted, or you achieved what it was, and you feel, in that moment you feel good. But then you just got to keep replicating that to feel happy. I have to keep getting validated to be happy. I have to continue. And so
But
eventually, you
but
just got
that's
to come
it.
to
By
yourself.
who?
Hmm.
This is
By
sorry.
who?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Say that again.
This is Joe,
Go ahead.
real quick. What you just
Hmm.
said struck a chord with me. You have to
Hmm.
validate what it means to be happy, and I think on a certain way that's imparted upon us that
Very much.
these are the things that are going to make you happy. And if you don't feel
Hmm.
happy by these things, then there's something wrong with you. And only life will
Yeah.
teach you that that's not true because life is a journey. So I'll shut up now. Go ahead. I interrupted somebody. I
Agree.
apologize. Go ahead.
No, no,
No.
no. All I was saying was Marquis made very salient points. But as soon as I started trying to, I was trying to conform to what other people thought. And as soon as I was trying to make myself happy, I felt a million times better.
Hmm.
It
That's
it
all I
co-
was going to say.
it
Like,
comes
that's
down
why it's
to the
self
yeah.
love.
It comes down to what we feel we are in control of and what we feel like we're not in control of.
But but what
And
but
when we
but what was the mechanism that made you realize
Hmm.
it's not your predecessors that told you how to make yourself happy. You realized you yourself how to be happy. That's what I'm
It
curious
was a
about.
bit of it was a
Yeah.
bit of a spiritual
Yeah.
awakening.
Oh, that's
I,
that's a big part of it.
it
Um.
was a spiritual awakening. I'm not going to advocate religion on anyone. I'm not going to go into that because that's always a dangerous path to go by. But I personally decided upon myself emotively, you need to change because it's not working. What's happening isn't working. You need to change. Like you think negatively, so you need to start doing the opposite. And I swear, for me personally, it was New Year's Eve. I just had like, I'm in the UK, and everything was starting to get relaxed with the lockdowns and stuff. And I thought, Jesus, we've had 18 months of hell, and I'm going to use this as an opportunity to think differently. And I almost forced myself organically to think differently. It wasn't easy, but no one else did it for me.
I think there's a rite of passage here as well, especially Marquez and Joe, where you feel you need to have your happiness validated either by material goods or possessions or being able to get whoever you want interested in you. And because you're young, you're finding your way out. I don't think it's until you get much older that you realise, however well intended or well advanced you thought you were emotionally, you are playing to the crowd a lot of the time. You are playing to stereotypes, the John Wayne. So in my era, it would have been very manly, and you just it was down to you to make your way in life and provide for your wife and what have you. And now it's. I had a therapy session, and I was really stressing about losing my job and taking a massive cut in income and things I'd have to do. And she said, "Well, why doesn't your wife go full time?" And it's like, oh my God, but I won't be providing for her. And I guess that's, my age where you feel that is your role even today. But
Do you feel
I
that was
I
like a
think it's normal to
masculinity
go through it.
thing? Did you feel like that was a masculinity thing? Like, oh, I have to provide for my.
It's one of those things where, because you've always had it, you've never
Yeah.
questioned it. It doesn't seem weird. You just think, she's had a certain lifestyle for 30 years that I need to keep up. I can't rely on anyone else other than me to do that. And it creates so much anxiety and stress. But she wasn't creating it, it was me. It was self manifestation.
Well, to jump on what you said, and I've said this on a few calls before this. I just went through an episode last 4 years where I had stage 3 cancer, and this is good to the ladies on the call. This might sound misogynistic or chauvinistic, but it ran through my brain. It's like if I can't work, if I can't provide, who's going to take care of my children? Who's going to take care of my wife? My wife is an accomplished professional. She can take care of herself. But the thought ran through my brain, whether it's genetic or what's the word I'm looking for? God, I can't think right now. It's
Primal.
primal, thank you. And it was
Mm.
like, who's going to take care of my family if I can't work? And luckily,
Uh-huh.
thank the stars, and I won't side on any religion because I respect them all, but just from me to you, what luckily I was able to keep going. But I did think that, and you hit a nerve right there. You just said you had that thought. It's like, is that a guy only thought? Is it a guy girl thought? Is that a parent to offspring thought? What the hell is that? So go ahead. I'm
Well,
going to shut up.
Joe, it was you'd mentioned earlier about stereotypes and being John Wayne, but I found so parents 70s, 80s. I found that actually it's the females that expected me to be the man more than my father or my grandfather or uncles or siblings. And actually, there was a lot of pressure to perform that. And probably the biggest critic was my mother-in-law. So, she always uses men size this and men size that and step up and be a man. But even today, I think there's a generation that still forces a stereotype which hasn't really been questioned until the last 20 years. And to evolve, once you're already in your 30s, into a more modern way of thinking, it is tough. I mean, we've all got it in us. and it's human emotion and feelings we can all relate to. But sometimes you're not aware of your you're not aware of your unconscious bias or your conditioning, and it actually is quite scary when you become aware of it.
Could can I offer an observation?
Of course.
So, what you guys seem to be talking about is sorting out adopted roles that are being kind of imposed on you by society, and then also identifying your, I hate to say true self because that sounds kind of corny, but like some portion of being you has to necessarily come from being you because we don't have off the shelf solutions for everybody's individual experience. So what the balance is to stand on the shoulders of the giants that came before us with their learning and their insights, but then apply them to becoming the you that you must be.
Well, actually, no one's saying that you have to be like this. We're just saying that it would be better if men would open up more and talk about their feelings more.
Agreed.
That's what we're saying. We're not saying that we're not imposing this on anyone.
I think people do open up in the right circumstances. I remember,
Who's
again, this
talking?
is going back a long time, but I always had friends that were fun ones, and I was always the serious ones. If someone wanted a deep conversation, then they'd come to me. But virtually the whole group, I spoke to at times, and they did actually have deep emotions, but they just didn't have an outlet for it.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
This is Doctor of Comedy. I wanted to speak on a couple things. First of all, talking about how, on the topic that we're speaking on now, I feel that, it's okay for a man to still be masculine, or what they have the idea of masculine in some areas. My grandfather, he was in the Korean War, and he was a masculine man. He fought on the front line. He was what was it, a Navy SEAL at that time, demolitions, did all that stuff. He came home when we were kids in our teens. He told us he didn't want us to join the military because he fought for us. He did cooking, cleaning. He was a sweet, compassionate man, family man. You can be all these things and still be strong. I don't think that we need to hide behind a particular image. This idea that you have to be so forth, Dwayne Johnson. I mean, take a look at The Rock. The guy is, who's going to mess with The Rock? And he's still a big old daddy's dad. Um, this idea of what our idea of reality of what a man should be uh, is not the true reality of what it should be now.
And I agree, right? But all I
Yes,
can
sir.
say is that you can be, I'm 41, right? And you can know someone for 35 years. You come from a certain generation, and it's almost taboo to do it. It's
But,
like you
but
don't do that.
But Mr. Steve, that's the thing. You grow. With time you grow. You learn and you grow.
Oh,
You
I
know,
know that.
when you went to school and and got your education, you learned information you did not know before, and you applied it. And that's the great thing about learning and growing is you could
I
apply
agree.
what you
And that's
learned.
why I'm on this forum.
Yes, sir.
That's why my friends will not be on this forum,
Well,
because I have grown and adapted.
well,
So when you need help, you get help.
well. Sorry, this is Joe, and I'm not
Okay,
trying to
what
interrupt you, but
actually are
this.
we talking about now?
Well,
Also,
but
I think we've got a little off the
The
what
original
are we
point.
actually talking about? Off the topic.
did I have to
Yeah,
apologize
We're
for
in
that?
we're in the weeds.
My apologies. Uh, I did want to speak on Miss Inez, what Tony had
spoken on earlier, not knowing who you are and being at peace with yourself. Uh, I feel that's something that I've struggled with for over 20 years because I was born and raised in the U.S., but my dad is from Pakistan and my mom's family is from Lebanon. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like, you're not accepted here in the States, but you're not accepted by the Pakistani side or the Lebanese side because they kind of look at you as, if you're not full-blooded this or full-blooded that, I'm Pakistanese. So it's just like, where do you belong, you know? Um, so it's just kind of that kind of thing I've struggled with, um, finding myself and where I belong in this world. You know what I mean? Are you accepted by Americans that like aren't of this, ethnic background that's similar to you? Uh, Resurrection, some of them, like my close friends, yeah, sure. And then like there are some that are cool, but then I find that there are some. I live in a state that is kind of like a predominantly red state, so they're not as educated and understanding, if that makes sense. Yeah, I could see that.
Well, speaking from somebody that's had multiple friends, acquaintances over the years, that's sort of the situations that you will come across and you will figure out who your true friends are and who your true friends aren't. And if they know you and they trust you and they honor you, what's the expression I'm looking for? Not to oversimplify, the cream will come to the top. So I mean, you.
And they normally do.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna go on mute. Go ahead, please continue.
No, I was agreeing with you. When it comes to when the shit hits the fan, the cream do come to the crop.
So,
I like that. Go ahead, Miss Hannah.
I was initially actually, Jazz, did you want to talk?
Hey guys.
Hi. I felt like
Yeah.
I felt like you want to say something and you didn't get the chance. So.
Oh, thank you. So if we're still talking about masculinity, I think, we all know what we are capable of feeling. I think we need to shift perspectives to processing emotion as opposed to just sort of bottling it up. One of you spoke about needing booze, and of course, alcohol will lower inhibition. It'll be easier to talk about your emotions, but by and large, I think if we can shift, our perspective to processing our emotions at a younger age, a lot of this stuff will become more and more normal. So, I know a lot of my friends, we can have not like a deep conversation, but an honest one about where we are, academically, professionally, and all of these little things count. We can still talk about football and everything. I try to stop myself saying we need to be more masculine or just applying any masculine tropes because all of that has been imposed on us. And I don't see the need for us as men to like really perpetuate it any further.
In
It's
this
it's
in this
interesting.
space earlier, we did talk about therapy and going to see a disinterested third party in different issues to be able to address uh, things that are happening and to look at yourself from the outside perspective. One thing that helped me tremendously um, was finding present sense awareness. So a lot of different books taught me on um, being in the present moment and my focusing on my breathing and meditation and just sitting still and not attaching to the thoughts that were coming, allowing them to come up, recognizing I wasn't my thoughts, but I was just pure awareness. And stepping back from myself and knowing that I didn't have to chase my thoughts um, helped me to slow my processing down so that I could take active steps to be able to live the life that I was choosing as opposed to following the thoughts and where they went. and going down a spiral. So present sense awareness, meditation helped me to get in control, because a lot of times, a lot of our negative emotions really extend from a lack of control. So I'll ask myself, what do I feel that I'm not in control of? And start to write down what comes up. I feel like I can't do this, or I feel like I can't fix this or that. Sometimes it relates to other people. And when I start asking myself what I can control, it helped me to put myself in the driver's seat of my thoughts, of my own life. And that's not gender specific. It's awareness specific. It's holistic. It is taking time to take stock of what's going on inside of you. And I know that Marcus talked about earlier, happiness and being free. And I think one of the quickest but most efficient, but also consistent practices that have shown up for me is stopping and being and noticing.
I think you're so right when you say living in the present. I think a lot of us don't. And so the last few years, I've really concentrated on that. And also ownership, using a worry tree, for instance, to get rid of these negative thoughts. I either file them away and process them, but don't just leave them hanging there, because that's just spoiling tomorrow. But I think living in the present it takes some time, but it's worth doing.
You guys, I almost had an outburst because I was trying to get into the conversation. I was like, you guys, and realized my mic was off like for 15 minutes.
Good job, Ines. Good job.
Yeah. But what I want to say is like, I think this is a really, really important discussion we're having, because, and there's a lot of talk about society wanting to take masculinity away from men, and that is not the case. And I just hate that narrative. If anything, we want to help men, help them with their feelings, help them realize it's okay to be human, cry, it's okay to be, the reason I got into this subject is because I've been having contact with a guy who's an incel. Not contact like romantic or anything, but he DM'd me once, and he wasn't rude or anything. He was a very polite incel. He calls himself an incel. And he basically explained to me why he was an incel. That, he hated himself. No one wanted him. He was ugly. He was socially, he just couldn't do. He was very socially inept, his own words. But, sorry, as we started talking longer, he got my email from my Instagram account, where I use it for business inquiries. So he started emailing me there and started frankly asking me inappropriate questions. And I tolerated it because I felt like he wasn't really, I had a strong feeling that he was autistic. So, and there came to a point where he sent me a photo of himself, and he was so ashamed, and he was like, please delete it immediately after you got it. And I swear to God, this guy was handsome, and there was nothing wrong with him. And it broke my heart. But there was so much self-loathing. He just hated himself all the time, and he would make snarky remarks towards me. Oh well, you only date men with money and stuff like that. So I think one of and I was just now, like 30 minutes ago, messaged about from a guy, a follower of mine, who said, I think I'm becoming an incel, and I need help. And I know it's not women's job to help incels, blah blah blah, but I feel like if we could show them a little bit more compassion in society, that they would, I don't know, they would, because after I talked to this
Have
guy,
hope. Have hope
he,
is what you're looking for.
yeah, what?
Have some hope. The
Yeah,
incel lives in a hopeless world with
yeah,
no
exactly,
future.
exactly. Because after I talked to this guy, he said I exited the forum because it was so toxic, and he explained to me that it's not the people in the forum that are the toxic one. It's like when they become a group, as any group, that they become toxic, that they become frankly dangerous. And so this guy messaged me and said, now, just recently, today, during our talks, I'm afraid that I'm going to become an incel, and I don't know what to do about it. And I was thinking that was something I'm going to bring up with in our next, in our next space. But it's definitely something, worth thinking about. That I was always someone who made fun of incels, and I know how much harm incels have caused women. I know that. But, we cannot go around in a vicious cycle hurting each other, because these are men who clearly are not feeling well. I'm not saying this to score some pick me points or anything. I'm saying this to help us understand them, and for the violence and harassment and hate for women to stop.
Well,
Because I just know if someone would teach these guys some emotional intelligence,
I have like a kind of practical
they
piece of
would do
advice.
much better.
Have you ever heard of the comedian Patrice O'Neill? He had
Yes.
a he had a dating show where he would talk about relationships and stuff, and he gave a really good piece of advice. It's called laying bricks, and it's something like talk to 5 women a day for 5 days, meaning a woman on the bus, a woman in the store, a teacher, a coworker. Just keep talking to more and more women, and then you will become more comfortable around them, and then you won't turn them into this thing that the incels kind of turn them into, this sort of other, this exterior thing
Mm.
they have no access to. It normalizes them and reminds you that they're human beings and that you have to interact with them like a human.
well, I was going to say
Yeah.
this similar thing to jump on what you just said is, and I don't understand the incels. I almost believe that they were incorrectly taught from their peers that, how do I put this? Notches on the bedpost doesn't make you a man. You need to you need to learn to talk to people, whether they're female or male,
Exactly.
and you
Right, Joe.
notches on the bedpost doesn't make you a man. It doesn't mean you're successful. It doesn't mean you're an alpha. It doesn't mean, and somebody somewhere somehow has expressed that feeling to them, and now they feel inadequate, and because they're not doing what they perceive this other person has told them to do, they somehow feel less than less. And okay, I'm going to shut up. Go ahead.
And
I think
I'm just gonna say this, and they have these online communities that basically function as grooming communities. Like they groom young boys, or and make them feel this way. They might be socially, have it hard socially, but these men are in fact being groomed.
Well,
Like they are.
if
Like
I
no one is
if I,
born hating women.
sorry to
You know.
interrupt.
Yeah.
If I could talk to a bunch of them, do you know what the
Mm,
biggest turn on for a guy is? To actually
yeah.
find the opposite sex that is
Mm,
into the things that they're into, whether it's comedy or sci-fi or comic book. It isn't the actual act of physical intercourse or
exactly.
it is
Right.
finding that communal God help me that commonality,
It's
and
so true.
but they don't understand that. They think that if they have the physical over everything else, that makes them complete as a male, and that's so untrue. I'm going to shut up now.
But that is
uh,
exactly what he told me. He said that, you know, I I didn't, I left them because they were a toxic group that fueled my hatred. And, all he ever needed was a friend and someone, whether it was a woman or but someone who wasn't hateful, and someone who wasn't, um, you know, hateful towards women. And like at one point, because he followed me, and I would get a lot of incel hate. So at one point I considered blocking him, because I was thinking it's not worth it, because I'm getting now this all incel hate because he's interacting with me. But I'm still happy I didn't break um break things off, because eventually he did come out of the incel community. So I just think that while a lot of incels can be very vile, I think some grace needs to be extended to
But
these
I think,
men.
sorry, I think a lot of that has to do going back to how men deal with emotions, because a lot of it is either the fear of rejection or being rejected. And instead of feeling that sadness and allowing that sadness to happen, they turn to anger. And then they find this group that accepts every part of them. And like you said, they groom them. And now they don't have to feel that rejection anymore, but they still have this anger towards women because of it.
but there's something that we don't talk about with this, and like I have a whole org about meditation to reduce gun violence in my city, but this neglect.
Julian, are you there?
Oh my God, sorry. I think I did something. Was that Julian talking?
Yes, that was Julian,
Oh,
Inez.
sorry. Wow.
I think he's back in. I think he dropped for just a second.
Yeah.
He's a listener.
Or is he Julian?
Do
Hi,
you have
Julian.
to turn
No,
on his mic or something?
sorry. Can you
You
hear
there,
me?
Julian?
Yeah, I'm here. Y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
sorry. I don't know what happened. Sorry.
All right. I mean, there's. I'm just saying what we don't talk about a lot for a lot of mental health issues is meditation and exercise.
Mm,
Um, stress damages the brain. Abuse and neglect damage the developing
mm.
brain, and the exact same regions of the brain that are damaged are reversed through meditation. And when you combine with exercise, it gets very powerful. Meditation and exercise are studies that show that it has been effective reversing the trauma for, and the study that I read is for women for sexual abuse, women who had suffered from sexual abuse. And it was the combination of exercise and meditation, which would help these kids a lot with just how their entire life operates, And when I hear this talk of incel, there's another. Do you remember there's a shooting? There's a mass shooting a while. It was probably over a decade ago. I think UCLA. But this kid had he had a bunch of YouTube blogs. I was researching a project
I think I
about
remember that. Yeah.
yeah, and a bunch of them. But all these videos are him
Elliot
just talking to
Roger.
camera. Yeah, and he's talking to camera about I want to have a girl and I can't get with girls and I bought a nice car and like just, video after video after video. There's one where he even talks about going to the grocery store, seeing a guy was with two girls and just how angry it made him, how much he hated that person. He's like, there's a lot of for those of us who date and have boyfriends or girlfriends or that have some semblance of a sexual life. I don't think we really understand what it's like to have none of that ever, right? Especially for men, like you can get frustrated. Sex, this is not a minor part of of what it means to be a human being or animal itself. Every animal, it's how you know something is alive. It's their need to reproduce, to have sex and make another themselves. So it's a very strong driving force. And watching that kid, I remember really beginning to take it in, like, oh, we're in another. This is another space. It's just not a bit of a misunderstanding. This is it's a deep it's a deep need that is not being met, and then combined with, for whatever reason, that they can't make social friendships. A lot of these guys have no friends at all, let alone
No,
women.
there's.
Well,
It's
Yeah.
very interesting what you say. Sorry, I got disconnected and I've got
No, go ahead. I said my piece. Go ahead.
Are you there, Steve?
reconnected. There's a guy at work, and I'm not do for work. Tell you why you're appropriate. Yeah, yeah. I'm back. I'm back. Unfortunately for you lot, but you know when there's someone with mental health issues, and you know when the disconnect, they need help, and
Steve, are you there?
I think he
You know,
dropped. Well, this is
I think
Joe. Well, real quick.
he's. Oh, hey, Joe. Go
Sorry.
ahead, Joe.
Sorry. Thank you. Um, when the people, and hopefully Steve will pop back in a few seconds, but when people say sexual, what is, I guess the thing that comes to my mind is, what is sexual? Is it the pure physical attraction? Is it the mental attraction? Is it the mental plus the physical? I mean, every day we're inundated with visual cues as to what is attractive, but we're all human creatures. We all find different things attractive. So I could tell you what I find personally attractive, but that wouldn't mean a whole lot to the entire group. So I'm curious, when I think of incels, and I've read the articles and I've read why they act out the way they act out, is it really them or what was imparted upon them as to what the standard is? So I'm going to shut up. Go ahead.
I'm new to learning about incels. You guys are teaching me a lot, and I like learning about this. But I don't know. I can't understand why a lot of men or women have a hard time communicating with each other. I have a buddy that has this uh, issue. He's a car salesman. He does a lot of creepy stuff when he gets interested in a woman, and I'm like, bro, you can't do that. Um, but for me personally, if I find someone attractive, I just start. It's easy to initiate conversation, and I find if you initiate conversation and you hold conversation with somebody, you're able to you know, it's fine as long as you're able to have a conversation with somebody. You should do well, and this is
The incels don't often want to take that first step.
Exactly.
They
okay.
obfuscate their responsibility to, engage honestly and everything.
So
I
they
think
keep.
it's a
Do
bit
they
deeper than
keep?
that. They can't.
Do they keep
I'm
to
sorry, but
themselves, gentlemen? Do they keep to
yeah,
themselves? Okay,
we're talking about kids who really have a very it's bigger than they just don't get social cues. Like something's wrong.
okay,
You feel what I'm saying? Like I know a guy. He's a pickup artist, and I remember him telling me about a lot of his. There's a part of his client base. There's normal guys that he helps learn how to date, and like you said, pick on social cues and say the right thing, and he helps men with their dating life. But then there's a whole side of his client base that just have no hope. He says, like this, just they're just lost, right?
okay.
And that's what happens. But with a lot of incels, they try and do pickup artist stuff, and they get into that community, and that doesn't work for them because they're so far out of the norm of how people communicate and get along with each other. Like again, there's some folks out there who really cannot, for whatever reason, how they grew up, just communicating with other people. It's more than just they don't have girls. A lot of them don't have any friends, right?
That's
They might have a
But I
job
think
and go
it's
to
also
work, but they're
I,
alone.
that's sad.
I think it's also beyond that as well, because when I've gone on incel forums and read the kind of horrific misogyny, I mean, we're talking really extreme perpetuation of rape culture, like normalized within those forums where they're referring to women like explicitly as commodities who exist just for the pleasure of men to forcibly being raped, with no compunction, no contrition, no remorse. Like that is, that is something that is so dangerous for society, and they're not peripheral. From what I've seen, that's representative of incel thought. Like it's not. I'm not talking about a fringe part of inceldom. Um, you know, the kind of things that I've seen, it's really, really horrific the way that they perceive women. Like there's just no sense of humanity about a woman, her agency, anything, any element completely stripped to an object. And the kind of anecdotal things that I've seen that they justify amongst themselves of upskirting women, following them, deliberately following them in alleys for the purpose of scaring them into thinking that they're going to get attacked, just to get a rise for the purpose of sharing that story within their own community of incels. I mean, it just
Well,
it beggars belief.
this is Joe, real quick. I don't understand. I really, 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 really don't understand how that was implanted in their brains that the mark of success is to do what you just said do, to have a physical interaction with a woman and not start with talking with a woman. And this comes from a person who grew up with, well, a house full of women. And it was like, I don't understand. I really don't understand the mark of success, the mark of manhood, the mark of achievement, the mark of success is to have, and not to offend, but to take it to the point where you've penetrated, impregnated a woman instead of just having a conversation with her. So I'm going to shut up. Go ahead.
They're not well. These kids aren't well. I've really got to come back. These incels, when they lash out, there's a van attack in Toronto. This guy drove a van down Young and Finch, killed 13 people with this van. He was an incel. The
10.
anger, the anger boils up to the point that they just want to hurt everybody. I think some of that's like it's this is I think this is deeper than just a guy who couldn't get a date. I think we're talking about deeper trauma, deep neglect from an early age that these guys, this is your school shooters, all these things. How I came across even this thought was I'm a director, so someone wanted me to do they brought to me a school shooter project, but they wrote the lead character for whatever reason. He was like the most popular guy in school. I said, this doesn't seem right. And I started researching it, and I came across that kid. And it was always the question they never ask when they talk about school shootings. They talk about video games and Marilyn Manson. I'm going, what's up with girls? Do they talk to girls? Do they know girls? What's going on with the female situation in their life? And still you don't hear people bring it up. This is the core of what it is. Something's wrong. And then when you dig into like the Columbine shooters, them kids were weird kids, very angry. We're not talking about normal guys who just can't get a date. We need to look at them as people who need real help, not just a talking to, but real help. And that goes back much further than just their adulthood. Like, what's going on in your childhood? What was going on with your parents? What happened? What happened that set you on this path? But you just don't jump in a van and decide you're going to kill and plan that type of thing out without there being something deeply, deeply wrong, and not just you know what I'm saying?
Well, there's a
Well,
kind of
for anybody that sorry,
go ahead.
for anybody that wants to see, there's about an hour and a half long video of that boy's interrogation, and it is all kinds of messed up. So I'll find the link later, and I'll share the link later. But I think it ties into everything. I think these kids are told from an early age that they can get whatever they want, and their expectations are they're going to grow up, they're going to get the woman they want, they're going to get the job they want, they're going to get everything that they want, and then it gets to that point where they don't get it or they don't see the path to that, and they feel that rejection.
So I gotta say,
Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
No, real quick, I gotta say. So is it the sins of the fathers that get passed on to the children, like with racism and misogyny and incel? Now we call it incel, but back in my day we called it misogyny. Go ahead.
Well, see, with that, I almost feel that the misogyny and that part of the incel culture comes after the fact, after they've been groomed. I don't feel that most of them had that beforehand, but then they get into this group and they start behaving this way to fit in because they finally found quote unquote their place. And they just get deeper and deeper into it. Like, if you watch this video of the guy,
but similar with other forms of extremism where people get into these online forums and get radicalized. I mean, juggalos to jihadis, you know.
Yeah, but my point
absolutely.
Wait, real quick. Sorry to interrupt. God, I'm sorry. Apologize. Are they seeking acceptance and seeking adoration and saying, "You've arrived, my son. You're now a man," or is it something else? Go ahead.
No, I think it's absolutely that. I think it's a lot of, I want to feel like people are looking at me. I want to be accepted amongst a crowd, and they find these other people that are like them, and they start behaving like them. They start talking like them. They start being assholes like them, really. And I don't think it's necessarily sins of the father. I think it's their upbringing, but I think it comes from both parents. I think if the mothers are telling them that they can have whatever they want in life and they don't see that, or if the fathers are telling them, you know what, you have to be a man, you have to have a wife, you have to go fuck anything you can. Like, it's everything.
Would you guys consider? I don't know if you've seen that movie, The World's Greatest Dad, but would you consider Robin Williams' son an incel? Would he be that, or?
Not exactly. I don't think, if I'm remembering the movie right. Was there more to the story? Was he kind of autoerotic asphyxiated himself, and then dad covered it up?
And abusive to everyone, and just kind of awkward towards women. And
you mean like a Carradine kind of moment, like where John Carradine asphyxiated? Oh, never mind. Shut up. Okay,
yeah,
go ahead.
You're over the target.
Yeah.
And don't forget the word itself, what it stands for: involuntary celibate. So it revolves around the fundamental premise of sex.
Right.
You know.
Well, also part of this is just that, honestly, women are really pretty and sex is a lot of fun. And if you're looking at a future where you have neither of any of that, then that's not a very bright future if you're an adult man that's attracted to women. I mean, that's
sorry.
Wait, this is Joe real quick.
Sorry, if I can interject, because I don't.
Please go ahead.
This is true. because most of these men are good looking men who just don't have the social tools to talk to women and to navigate through life. And so I just don't want, like, it's not hopeless for them. It's just that they need to do, we as a society, like, obviously they're not angels, but we as a society need to treat them as any other group that has been groomed. And like I to be honest, I didn't hold a lot of empathy for incels before, and I can't say I empathize so much with them now, but I feel like we, after my two conversations with incels, and successfully trying to like turn someone into you know doing more productive things with his lives and never going back to that, I think there is hope for them. But that does not excuse for the things they have done to women.
But that's my actually you hit on the point that I was trying to make that I wanted to get the group to talk about was, do we shame them or do we try to help them? Do we say, dude, you got a screw loose and sorry, but you're malfunctioning? Or do we say,
Both.
dude, hey, okay, this is not what it's like to deal with women. And I wish more girls would talk up. And I'm sorry, all the guys are talking, and except for Ines. Um,
No, it's
but
fine.
at the same time, it's like, okay, look, I get that you like me. I get that you want to have a relationship with me on some level. And by the way, there's many levels, by the way, that you can have a relationship with one human being to another human being, regardless of sex. Um, but that's the thing I want to drive at is like, your defining moment is not whether you lay me or not. Does that make sense to anybody? Go ahead.
Yeah, I hear you.
So there's a
Okay.
catch 22 here. There's a catch 22 here. I remember very clearly a conversation that I saw unfolding on Twitter between an incel and I think it was more than one women, where he was talking about how he felt so hard done by in life because he felt he was ugly and therefore no woman would give him a chance and he couldn't approach any woman. But there was an underlying sense of entitlement to feeling that he was spurned because of his looks. Yet at the same time, the way he was referring to those women was so extremely misogynistic that you just sort of think, even if you had the opportunity, or a woman was going to give you the opportunity to have a civil conversation, your whole perception of womanhood and women is so disgustingly depraved that
No.
how are you going to get beyond this point? It's nothing to do with your looks, it's everything to do with your character.
Look, there's a bunch of men that are not considered incels that have problems with even slight rejection, which brings us back to why women don't want to get into these conversations with men about, hey, I like you, but you just speak the just of you ever seen a Tinder nightmares? There's an Instagram page and things like that where it's just all these screenshotted conversations where, hey, I'm not interested, and oh, you're fat, you're ugly, anyways. You're like, they lose their shit, and these are guys that are not incels. They're dating, and this is how they behave. There's a real, I mean, it's an unrealistic solution, but I wish that we were teaching in school social interactions and teaching from a young age for young people how to talk to one another, and the language of dating. And because there are, I have the saying I tell a lot of people: no matter how well you know a man, you don't know him with women. It's the nicest guy in the world. He is another beast when it comes to his love
Exactly.
life.
This is so true. And I also think that, one incel isn't as toxic as the community is. It's the community that makes them so dangerous. It's not the incel, the lonely guy himself. It's the community fueling hatred and violence and misogyny against women. So it's really the community we should be dealing with and trying to dismantle this community and trying to get these young men into, I don't know, programs or something to help them with their self-esteem. I mean, do you know how many incels who go to the gym who look like they look really good,
That's what I was gonna say.
but
Is can
they
you?
just don't have the social skills.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Can
And
you give them some Jordan Peterson lectures and some Joe Rogan motivation tips, and tell them to go eat steak and work out, and then they will become a person that's more
it
attractive?
doesn't work. But also,
No.
I just wanted to say, like, most women here, sorry for interrupting, Joe. Most women here are quiet because they have had so many unpleasant experiences with incels, and like to the point that sometimes you just don't want to help them because it's been very hard. But and I think that's why a lot of women are like skeptical to talk about them.
Well, to
Nick,
jump
Correct
on,
me if I'm wrong.
real quick. Sorry to interrupt the person that just tried to talk. I deeply
that's
apologize.
fine. That's fine,
Um,
Joe. Go ahead.
well, my point is to jump on a personal anecdote. God, a personal anecdote. I was at a public facility. Um, okay, it was a horse park, and there I was with a male individual, and there were ladies who were riding horses to. It wasn't crowd control. It was to assist the people to go to the events. It was a Rolex event. I don't know if you know what Rolex is. It's steeplechase. If you know what steeplechase is, and
Fuck yes, Rolex is a
okay,
blast.
thank you very much, and thanks for chiming in. But anyhow, the the dude I was with, we were going to the concessions, and the lady on the horse, she was very nice, and she gave us directions how to get the quickest path to the concessions so we could get back to the event. And she was very sweet and very nice. But dude looked at me and said, because he's the one that struck up the conversation, like, how do we get our drinks or whatever. And when we walked off, he said to me, hey, I think she's really into me. I think she's really into me, dude. And I'm going, she's being polite. Are you shitting me? Part of my language. It's like, she was just
Huh.
being polite. Are you shitting me? But his take on it was because she was nice and outgoing, he took that the wrong way. And his expression was, I think she's really into me, which sent shivers all up and down my spine. Go ahead.
What I was going to say is now I I'm 38. 30. When I was 4 years old, I had a brain tumor. It was benign. I had brain surgery. It was about 10 centimeters. I had to learn how to talk, walk, all that stuff.
I'm
Uh,
sorry.
Thank you. So I grew up with a lot of learning disabilities. So I had to learn, it took over time, it took comprehension skills to learn what the norm was, what was not right. There's a lot I didn't pick up on. Is it possible that these incels, they have maybe learning disabilities, they're not picking up on these normalities, these things that are not, you should not say
Definitely.
or do, you know?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Most of them don't understand social cues.
Well, isn't autism
And
radically higher
yeah,
amongst men? So
yeah.
I think so.
But here's my point. Who does it fall upon to, God, I hate to say this. Who does it fall
manage.
upon, who, good word, who does it fall upon to say, dude, you need to correct your thinking? Is it the females that they approach? Is it the males that they say incredibly misogynistic or
it's
God
men.
help me.
Like this is definitely,
Right,
I
role
think,
models. So the guy should
it's on
say,
us.
dude,
And
this
if
is
you
not
look at
cool. Shut up.
what these
Go ahead.
guys aspire to, if you look at the things they believe make them men, it's all bled from just really horrible forms of toxic masculinity, right?
So
Like they want to be stuck, they want to sleep with everyone,
so
and
dudes should take care
I
of
don't see
dudes. Dudes
anyone
should say, hey,
really.
that's not cool, is what
Let him,
you're
let him
saying.
finish. Let him finish.
But I just no one's really taught them that you are more than how other people perceive you, and you have to really believe that. Like I can't ever really say I've had a problem talking to women, but we've all been through a bad relationship, we've all been through a bad breakup, and like, you know, your self-esteem's all over the place, and you have to learn you are more than your relationship, you are more than how you feel at your lowest point, and to come back from there. I don't think that conversation's ever happened with a lot of these young men. A lot of it is I'm the nice guy and then it didn't work out for me, so I can't be the nice guy anymore. I've got to be like all these guys I see. Like, it's definitely on us to have those conversations and to correct it,
You
I just
know,
because
want
I
to
don't
jump.
see how it would go if a woman applies this to them.
Hey, how's
so
it
Maggie
going?
wants to
I don't
speak.
know if you guys know about the Tate brothers.
I don't.
I don't know, but Maggie wanted
They
to
are
speak
like
before.
these
Never
like
never heard
Dan
it
like
never heard of them.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
they are guys like this Dan Blazerian guys who have like a bunch of fake money and stuff like that. And they're very,
Toxic
um
masculinity.
they're it's not toxic, it's more like they are
It's
really
alpha.
showing
It's
their
alpha male.
contempt.
Yeah, it's alpha
Yeah,
male
alpha
posturing.
male, yeah, exactly.
And
So
he like they were MMA fighters, and maybe they have
yeah.
money, but they put out this signaling like, oh, you can just smoke cigars and get
Yeah.
money, and then you'll have pretty women.
Mm,
But that goes back
mm.
to what I was saying. It's like, dude, why don't you try having a conversation with
And a lot
whomever
of
she
incels
is instead of
look up
thinking
to
about
them.
notches in your bedpost? That's the
Can
toxic max. Sorry, shut up. I'm gonna go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
I'd like
completely
to
I
I'd
fine.
like to
I'm
chime in.
Yeah, of course.
My name is Johnny. I work with Julian, and yeah, we're part of Operation Prefrontal Cortex. So our business is reducing violence in Toronto through mindfulness, including the violence
Oh my god.
perpetuated by incels. And I was actually in close proximity to arguably the largest incel attack in Toronto. And I think that the responsibility for preventing this phenomenon of incels is it falls on society as a whole.
Yeah.
Um, and it's such a complicated problem because many of these incels, as some of you have mentioned, have developmental issues, mental health challenges, and furthermore, they lack in social skills. They can't pick up on certain social signals, which causes them to become more closed off. And furthermore, they believe that they're entitled to certain women without developing themselves and without developing the social skills to interact with those women. Going back to what you mentioned about Dan Bilzerian and individuals like that, yeah, those are misleading figures because a lot of the times they're paying for the women that they're with. So it doesn't really matter, you know, how they are socially. Like a lot of those women are just getting paid. So that sends the wrong message to a lot of young men, especially incels, that simply assume that they're getting those women for who they are or their game and whatnot. But yeah, it's such a complicated issue. If the parents of certain incels lack the skills and awareness to help them, then I believe it falls on the school systems that those incels are a part of, different government agencies, and other community organizations. But this is a major problem because when these incels lash out periodically, a lot of people get hurt, a lot of people